Croatian language, so I'll ask you a question in Croatian. Koje je tvoje najranije sjećanje na Split?
Pa dosta se sećam, kad sam bio mali, moja porodica, imali smo kuću u Zadaru, pa smo svako leto, ja sam porastao u Kanadi, u Ameriki, ali svako leto smo išli na more. I dosta se sećam Split kad sam bio mali, to je 86. 87. možda 88. tako nešto. Uvijek je bio mnogo dobar sladoled u Splitu. Prelepo i mnogo fini ljudi, tako da baš mi je drago da sam imao mogućnost da se vratim u Split. Tako da stvarno je sjajno, super.
Pa i nama je drago da si došao. Okay, so back to English. You are known as an angel investor and an important contributor to the success of Consensus and Polygon. What were your contributions to these organizations, and what are some of the rumors that you heard about yourself regarding these roles?
Okay, wonderful. Well, so Consensus was a tremendous experience for me. I was volunteering at a place called the Bitcoin Center in 2014, right next to New York Stock Exchange, 40 Broad Street. This guy named Nick Spanos set up the Bitcoin Center, and it was an educational basically resource at the time. Not many people knew about Bitcoin. And that's where I met many early people, including Joe, so Joe Lubin. Actually, Joe was one of the biggest local Bitcoin traders in New York. So you could meet him in a cafe in Soho and trade Bitcoin, and he would tell you about merge mining, back in like 2012. Okay, it was an unbelievable experience. But anyway, I met Joe. Obviously, Ethereum was gaining a lot of momentum, and I was very fortunate to be, I guess, one of the first people to join Consensus. I spent 6 years there, very intense 6 years, focused on trying to help build Ethereum. Along the way, I met a bunch of interesting people, and I met this strange, unknown, lowly researcher guy in Belgrade, this guy Mihailo, who actually used to work at nightclubs before, promoting nightclubs. And I said, what does this guy know about Ethereum research? Of course, he had this interesting idea. The proto-Polygon concept was called NETH, N-E-T-H, and it talked about multiple scaling solutions in one. However, and so we were thinking of ways to take it forward, and basically Mihailo realized it would be better to try and partner with an existing network or an existing group of people, and that's how Matic and Mihailo got together, and it rebranded to Polygon. We had a wild couple of years there. I would say both of the experiences taught me that actually when it comes to Ethereum, you have to sort of work for a really long time before something comes together. Because actually Polygon started like in 2016, really. That's when Neth started. And Matic launched in 2017. And it wasn't until 2021 that it finally started to grow. Likewise, Consensus, it started in late 2014. And even though there was a lot of early excitement, 2016, 17, 18, etc., Consensus was not a sustainable organization. It was just burning a lot of Joe's ETH, basically. It took a good 6-7 years before it started to become much more sustainable. So I guess, what did I learn? I learned that it takes a very long time to build sustainable things in Ethereum, but once you do, you have a very strong flywheel, just because the base infrastructure is so resilient. And some of the craziest rumors, I would say there's rumors that I'm, kind of like, I don't know, some kind of like a multi-billionaire or something. There's all these like crazy rumors around things like that. But otherwise, I don't really recall anything too crazy. Both were tremendous experiences, and I'm very, very grateful. And it's nice to see both organizations doing well.
Okay, and now you're executive director of Telos. Can you give us one sentence pitch for Telos?
Oh yeah, sure. It's if you guys remember those before Netflix, okay, it was like VHS, right? Telos is like a Hollywood B movie that went straight to VHS. Okay, it's like a little cult. It's got a little cult following, what I'm trying to do is basically turn it into a venture production studio and an innovation hub, specifically focused on ZK. And the reason for that is because I think ZK is the end game. However, ZK innovation is very, very hard when you're super locked in with big VC money and a kind of like set of constraints that make it very hard to actually innovate. And so I thought, well, maybe there's a small network out there with a good group of people, and we can treat it like a little bit of an experiment, like a lab. And that's kind of what Telos is. So it's focused on hardware acceleration. I think Ethereum will have to go back to proof of work. I think it will have to go back to proof of work in a hybrid model with useful proof of work driving consensus, so ZK proving. Actually, there's already ASICs being manufactured at large scale. Axial is one company. You can see it on my Twitter. And so I'd like to experiment in this space and see how it goes. And I had considered joining some other big networks, but you really need to be very flexible with ZK innovation because there's so many assumptions that are invalidated or yet to be validated. And so, sorry, I know that wasn't one sentence, but Telos is like a weird little lab experiment, and hopefully we've got some benchmark testing ongoing right now, and we'll be producing some results, and then we'll just see what happens. So that's it.
Okay. You're also one of the biggest and most active angel investors in Web3 and crypto space. What is your experience and most important take on the investment culture in Web3?
Well, I think to be a successful VC in Web3, you have to be really stupid and really, really lucky. Okay, those are kind of the two main ingredients. You have to embrace the left bell curve tremendously because it's very, very difficult to understand exactly what's going on, and it's even more difficult to predict correctly. There's so many things that have gone completely in a different direction than one would have imagined at the onset. And likewise, everything changes so fast. So, but I guess in all seriousness, it's very important to bet on people. So people that have a very good work ethic, people that know how to interact with each other. So default to respect, understanding when there's a hard problem, how to deconstruct the problem, and staying very persistent. I think you can make some reasonable assumptions about, let's say, a thesis. My thesis is I think Ethereum is tremendous, and it is going through an evolution, and so I want to help support, particularly at the lower levels of the stack. And moreover, I think that, and Vitalik was talking about this on Farcaster just the other day, there's all these VCs that are willing to put in $1 million or more into something that they think is going to become $1 billion company, and you see this it's like almost like mass formation, it's like mass psychosis formation where they just like all get into line and follow the latest new trend. But, the reality is those, and Vitalik said this, those who are willing to put in $5 million into something that's going to make 1 million, implying that obviously you can lose a lot of money and it's not necessarily exactly clear. I think those are the kinds of, it's a type of framework that I think makes a lot of sense in Ethereum actually, and we were talking about this morning when we were having coffee. MetaMask was a company that was incubated by Consensus, and for many years it was unclear, first of all, why we were even doing it, what the business model could look like. It was just burning money. It was a money pit. And at some point, actually, even in 2019, a lot of our business people were trying to kill the project. Of course, later it became more clear, and now it's sort of like basically a very successful business. I think many, many, many examples across Ethereum like this, insofar as it's very difficult at the onset to predict. Instead, you just have to have really strong conviction, really good people. And then, if you need to, you just keep plowing money in, and that's fine. Because that doesn't really matter. The innovation is what really matters. And so, all that to say, I'm very excited about Ethereum. I think I'm also getting more excited about Bitcoin in some ways, and there are some other interesting things going on as well. But I'm mostly interested in people, particularly those that have a very good work ethic and are willing to persist and stay with it for a long time, because that's really what's required.
Okay. You have invested in one Croatian Web3 startup. Are you seeing any interesting startups in Croatia or broader Southeast Europe? If not, why not? Or
yeah, I was very fortunate to meet. It's called Gepek. Gepek means trunk in Croatian. These guys are doing like a fun little car sharing thing for logistics. But generally speaking, I would say in Croatia and indeed across the Balkans, the culture among the young people is very, very dynamic. I think quite progressive, forward-thinking. Obviously, Croatia is far ahead in terms of its journey into Europe, and now it's fully integrated. Very, very, very smart, talented people, young people here. You know, it's funny, I say this kind of like half-jokingly, but actually it's pretty serious. You know, in 1992, there's a famous photo, you find it online, it's like, was it the $100 billion dinar? You know, they had the crazy hyperinflation in Europe, you know, in 1992. And so it's fairly recent that actually we've gone through basically a lived experience in what was once a beautiful country, when there's financial mismanagement, when the system collapses, when it's not resilient infrastructure that's driving the social, political, and economic operating system of a country, how quickly that can descend. And I think a lot of young people have a very good sense for that. And so there's a innate drive to build resilience into the system. And so the startup ecosystem is reflective of that, I think. And so, yeah, we were also talking about this during coffee. I was just in Lisbon as well, and I definitely think from a strategic standpoint here in Croatia, it would be quite interesting to see, you know, Zagreb is such a beautiful city. It's a dynamic city that's very, very livable. Of course, the rest of the country's Split is beautiful. Great food, wonderful people, very safe. You could imagine this kind of thing gaining some momentum and lots of other people potentially from around the world actually moving to Croatia. To me, it's a no-brainer. And so I feel like Web3 could help catalyze this new strategic direction, particularly given that we're obviously so dependent on tourism here. But I do think that tech culture is emerging, and I'm very excited to see it continue to grow, particularly here in Croatia.
Okay, and I hope we have at least some time for questions from audience, but let me squeeze in one more. You have one of the most recognizable faces around here because of your unique marketing strategy, where you are personally the biggest sponsor of ECC, the biggest European or biggest independent Ethereum conference in the world, also ETH Belgrade, and now BlockSplit. What is your return on that, and will you continue doing it?
Well, it's unfortunate that I have the most recognizable face because everybody has to see it. But no, it all started as a kind of like not a joke, but so Jerome, the founder of SEC, is one of my best friends. And, you know, I was totally opposed to all the COVID stuff. I was very vocal about it. I thought it was crazy. And, you know, in 2021, he was facing quite a difficult, you know, with SEC. I mean, nobody was giving him any money. The government, it was unclear whether the government would allow him to even do the event. And so he messaged me and he said, I don't even know if it's going to happen. And I said, what's the problem? He said, we don't have any money. I said, okay, here's the money. And he said, well, what are you going to sell? I said, I'm not selling anything. Just like as a joke, put my face on. I thought I'd be like the only. We didn't think there would even be an event, right? I didn't think up a logo or a brand or anything. And then it was like a link that would go to one of my charities that I was involved in, and that was it. So I said, and it turned out to be a huge event. And then what happened is you get first right of refusal, right? So when you're a top sponsor at events, later the next year you have the right to do it again. If you say no, then they'll give it to. Well, as it turns out, if you look at SEC, every single crypto company in the world wants to have that top sponsorship now. Belgrade as well, this year I'm sponsoring it. It's turned into a massive event. There was another one in London I did called Zebu, and then of course here I think BlockSplit is going to grow and become a tremendous event. And so somehow it's turned into like this strategically valuable thing. which, originally it began as a joke. I mean, not as a joke, but, just helping out a friend. And yeah, as it turns out, it's very, very valuable because particularly on the investing side, the VC side, I have a tremendous amount of deal flow coming in that it just comes in as a result of these events. I have a great time. And, if these things keep growing and growing, I guess it becomes more and more strategically valuable and important. So, it was just a weird kind of set of circumstances that kicked off the whole thing, and it's just snowballed ever since, basically.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who wants to ask a question? Oh, there are people.
Hi.
Hello.
So the question relates to your sentence that you are getting excited about developments in the Bitcoin ecosystem. Could you just share some of the things you are following there and so on? But please don't just say ordinals and then full stop, because we see something is happening, but we don't get the clear picture of what is really going on in the development world of the Bitcoin.
Yeah. So maybe I'll just be very direct. I was just at the Bitcoin conference in Hong Kong, and I think a lot of the so-called innovation is just really just clever marketing that doesn't actually innovate anything. And in fact, when you delve into many of these purported L2 layers of Bitcoin, and you get into it technically, you realize that there's not a whole lot going on. However, I do think my buddy Eric Wall and Udi, the concatenation stuff, is interesting. Opcat is probably, and then there's other bold claims, like Polyhedra claims that you can do ZK proving inside the opcode. And I said, well, I need to verify that claim. My biggest concern is that there's so much money and so much interest going into building the Bitcoin L2 layer that it's going to convert into momentum for a hard fork. That's my biggest concern. Now, there's already, of course, to do the concatenation stuff, it's only 9 lines of code. Satoshi wrote it. Okay, so it's a soft fork. I don't view that as particularly contentious, but I do think that when you look at, I've seen so many decks. I get so many decks from these projects because they want me to invest. And by the way, the big money in China, or let's say in Asia, generally speaking, they're very excited by this stuff. Okay, and I understand the investment thesis. You just spray a bunch of money into this thesis, and eventually a Bitcoin L2 will emerge. But the thing is, so much of it is going into the ecosystem, I think, in a very inefficient way. And I think we have to be very, very careful that it doesn't then manifest into momentum for a hard fork. Just because there's going to be a lot of money behind that, driving the politics of it. So anyway, yeah, the opcat stuff I think is interesting. It's not terribly intrusive. Like I said, Satoshi wrote the code. It's only 9 lines. It's just concatenation. It's probably the most excited. Let's say it's the most credible project as far as I can find right now that I'm excited about. Yeah.
Okay, we have 1 more minute.
Sorry, I already got the mic. Hello, John. First of all, thanks for sponsoring the conference. And wanted to ask you, as an investor who's been in the space since its very early phases and who's seen it develop, what factors do you see for crypto entering mass adoption? Like, how much of it is that to regulation? How much of that is going to be to just wider masses of people understanding how crypto works? How do you see crypto spreading to the next 10, 15%?
Well, I would say that, so I meet lots and lots of young people, early 20s now. They've been doing this stuff for like 10 years, since they were like 12, 13, 14 years old. And so I think focusing on young people is probably more interesting in my opinion. And so when we say mass adoption, I think in particular with young people, it's very, very easy to onboard them. You see things like, obviously, degen, right? It's L3 of base. It's just an enormous amount of traction very, very quickly, and it's all young people. and they just pick it up natively. Like you don't even need to explain anything whatsoever. And so, yeah, that's kind of like, let's say, what I'm focused on. Moreover, there's a really excellent abstraction technology that's emerging, the extent to which you leverage it. Obviously, we talked about Cometh and this kind of like onboarding tool that they have that abstracts everything away. And then the most important thing is to just be very mindful that this stuff takes a long time to build, and you should be building for real value rather than maybe kind of like following trends. But yeah, young people and some of the account abstraction stuff I think is like very exciting in terms of driving new adoption.
Okay, let's squeeze one more question. There was a lady in the, yeah.
Quick, oh my goodness. So first of all, just a quick comment. I just wanted to say there's a huge digital nomad community in Split, and it would be great to see more collaboration between Croatians here and all the internationals. My question is about identifying grit and persistence in your partners. I think I've found, as a founder myself, that it's very difficult to find collaborators who are going to stay for the long haul and not just like say they're excited and then flake out suddenly after 6 months. So how do you look for that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So with respect to Ethereum, this is really, I would say in my experiences, all of my colleagues and people that I've worked with for very long periods of time that are very gritty and, they love Ethereum, but they're also like, they've got this inner Bitcoin maximalist. So I think part of it is also just culturally understanding, how crypto native is this person? How do they really feel about this kind of stuff? It's very difficult to identify, but maybe just conversation. I mean, you look at some really, really critical base layer reasons for why we're doing this. So self-sovereign identity, I think reaching that point in time where we have truly self-sovereign identity and reputation systems online is something that people firmly believe in, who persist for a very long time in this space, and they're working towards it. ZK is driving us in this direction so we can have things like selective disclosure and granular authentication. And it's kind of like, it's going to take many more years for the ZK stuff to reach a point where we can enable self-sovereign identity. And so one way to think about your question and how to identify that in team members is just have conversations and be like, what is it that you're trying to do, right? And if you're trying to realize these core principles, then it just follows reason that it's going to take time and lots of things still need to happen, dependencies in order for this to manifest. And then those people tend to be the ones who stick around despite it all because it's kind of like their life, Yeah, and also if they like Bitcoin a little bit too, that really tends to help because the Bitcoin people don't change their minds.
Well, they have a big fat stack that, lets them stay like that. One more question, maybe? Okay. So if people want to approach you and talk to you, will you be around?
Yeah, I'll be around. I got to catch a flight late this afternoon. Actually, Jerome, his son is being baptized this weekend.
Okay.
And so I've got to get to the south of France. It's not easy to get there from Split, actually. But yeah, I'll be around for at least a few more hours. So.
Well, thank you for this talk, and thank you for coming to BlockSplit. Thank you for sponsoring us. Your support was invaluable for us, and I hope that you'll come next year.
Thank you for having me. Wonderful.
So, and fully anonymous systems, at the same time, infrastructures are also not creating trust. So how do we solve that issue? We do have, after the GDPR was enforced, many other jurisdictions in the world started developing similar data protection laws. We have BIPL in China, TPDPA in India, BIPA in South Korea, APPI in Japan, and in Canada, California, and Brazil have adopted similar data protection laws. But the fact is that the whole world is right now preparing for the privacy and data protection regulations, and it's coming, and it will be universally adopted in the whole world. So, as I mentioned, the current blockchain space that is extremely transparent can't facilitate all kinds of enterprise solutions, or when it comes to our identity and verifiable credentials, and the more these solutions are moving towards Web3 space, or if we want to get them adopted, we need some kind of infrastructure that is able to facilitate jurisdiction management and to ensure that all the data that these applications are handling and processing remain in fixed and limited local regions and jurisdictions to be able to comply with all these data regulations and laws. So currently, there is no solution out there besides what Spartiz is building. We have been building out decentralized solutions since 2008, and we launched the mainnet 2022. The token launch was just recently, end of March, and we have built an infrastructure which is able to facilitate real-world solutions. Here is our team. One of our co-founders is Ivan Damgard that invented the Merkle-Damgard hash function and SHA-1, SHA-2 algorithm, which is the base algorithm of Bitcoin mining. We have PhD in economics, Kurt Nielsen, that is specialized in applied game theory, and I will come to that a bit later. We have also considered certain economical incentives in our ecosystem to be long-term sustainable. We have Brian Gallagher, that is one of our co-founders as well. He has 12 different patents in US for blockchain applications. And also, this team is first to commercialize ever privacy computation and multi-party computation. The first researches stem from early 80s, and now it's backed by 35 years of research and development and 61 commercial applications. So the team has been building out decentralized solutions for NGOs, governments since 2008, and we launched the foundation to drive the Web3 adoption 2018. And something that we solve is the extended blockchain trilemma. So we have added privacy and interoperability to the mix. So how we solve the scalability is an infrastructural consideration by true sharding. We'll come to the details a bit further. But also, if a traditional blockchain trilemma consists of scalability, security, and decentralization, then it's extremely important to consider interoperability and privacy in the mix to actually facilitate real-world solutions. So, first of all, how we solve privacy. So, zero-knowledge proofs, which you might have heard of, are a great first step towards privacy, but they have certain limitations. So what we have used for the privacy solution is multi-party computation, which mainly is used in the industry for private key management and distribution by custodians and wallet providers. But we have developed a general-purpose MPC, privacy computation model, which has been optimized down to super low-cost, low-code solution, and we have united it together with layer 1 public blockchain. So the main difference with ZK proofs is it's not scalable. So you're able to use only one user input and one user data, and you can only have binary output, an outcome, either yes or no. You can verify if you're above a certain age, if you're vaccinated, but that's it. So if we're dealing with hundreds or thousands of different data inputs and users, we need a more scalable solution, and this is what MPC solves. How we solve interoperability. So we have integrated into our architecture an interoperability bridge, which facilitates all external assets to be paid on our chain. So when in other chains, it's a zero-sum game. All the blockchains out there are claiming they're the fastest, they're the most low cost, and they invite the developers to build on their chain in their siloed ecosystem, forcing them to acquire their token or asset in order to process transactions. And we have worked out on a collaborative solution where developers can bring any type of coin. So the interoperability bridge is called BYOC, Bring Your Own Coin Bridge, as well as users. They can pay transaction fees in each external asset, and they can be sure that it never fluctuates in the price. If the network reaches capacity, the transaction fees are still at fixed price, considered in dollar value, 10 cents. So another interoperability advantage using our ecosystem is you're opening up a customer base to all types of coin holders and token holders. When it comes to gaming, for example, they're able to pay for skins or in-game assets in all kinds of external coins. And whereas in other chains, the user must acquire your token first in order to facilitate any transactions or purchases. And this is limiting down the use case and collaborative approach, because we believe that blockchain should be like infrastructure, like internet used to be, where you can, like internet is nowadays still as well, where you can plug in different internet service providers, and it's not limiting down to ecosystem-specific applications. So current space is very siloed and limiting the entry. Another interoperability advantage that we offer to other protocols and ecosystems and applications built on other chains is MPC as a service. So in essence, we have 3 layers. Layer 0 for the interoperability, layer 1 for normal public transactions, and layer 2 for privacy computation. So a use case built on Ethereum or BNB or Polygon doesn't have to transfer over their application. They can only switch the smart contract to the necessary customized privacy computation using our L2. We have the biggest MPC cluster in the world. And the output will be transferred back to their native layer 1. They can pay for it using their own native assets, so we don't force them to come over to our ecosystem. So currently we're supporting these ecosystems. We're adding Bitcoin, we're adding Solana, we're adding more layer 1s. So how do we solve the scalability part? We have adopted something called true sharding, which dates back to the very original definition of sharding from early 90s, how databases have been scaled. So the current sharding model is still posing bottlenecks in the Ethereum ecosystem, but we have created a parallel scalability. Each shard operates as an independent blockchain. So in traditional sharding model in the blockchain space right now, blocks are limited down to the epoch times. They're being vertically added on top of the chain. In our case, each shard, currently there are 4 shards, operates as an independent chain, and they're communicating between each other via a proprietary messaging protocol. And it's not only increasing the scalability. In theory, we can facilitate infinite scalability, because you can go up to 1,000 different shards. One shard processes 1,000 transactions. It also creates new business models in DeFi, like different liquidity pools being operatable in each different shard. And that also brings down the transaction finality sub-seconds, so 0.3 seconds, which is extremely important, facilitating real-world applications. So what are the opportunities? Perhaps you have heard of DePIN, Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network, which is increasingly more popular. So all our health record devices, like Apple Watch or GPS geolocation tracking devices, finishing up with supply chain systems in the enterprises, or even refrigerator content nowadays is being monitored. These are they're processing and they're storing data And what DPIN does is enables users that provide that data to be rewarded. So it's a peer-to-peer system where users get paid for providing the data. But DPIN requires certain architectural infrastructure, like storage of the data, which in ideal world should be decentralized, storing on IBF or Filecoin, and also the scalability of the chain, because we're basically using DPIN, we're providing hundreds or thousands or 10,000 different data sets each second. And another architectural consideration is the privacy of the data. Because we need to make sure the data doesn't get outside a certain jurisdiction, especially if it comes to health records or identity, as well as, especially in the supply chain system. So we need a technology that keeps the data confidential, encrypted, but you're still able to put it into use, and you're able to use and sell the use of your data. So where else it's crucial? For example, we're the only network that provides interoperability between private and public network. So if we speak about big, large enterprises and corporates that have certain very confidential supply chain or internal intranet on their private network, they're able to still provide access to public using a public network. So certain data needs to be confidential and computed on. And at the same time, you can do a hybrid model where you accept patient data or individuals' data using Partita blockchain multi-party computation. So that really facilitates real-world business solutions, because they would never do full-fledged solution on Ethereum or Solana or any other public blockchain out there. So we're also working on a decentralizing digital ID for the Swiss government in collaboration with 2 other universities. Swiss government has committed to decentralize the ID, giving users and citizens back the control and governance over their data. And it's also important that there is a privacy feature in place which keeps the data confidential and it wouldn't leak. We also have different healthcare and pharma solutions which require certain elements of privacy and confidentiality, but from the patient and end user and beneficiary side, there needs to be transparency, and this is where Partita can offer a hybrid solution. We also built a payment solution for Red Cross, as in the crisis zones, the beneficiaries are already in a vulnerable situation, and in donations and cash and voucher assistance mostly ends up in wrong hands. So there was a payment solution created using stablecoins, where for Red Cross, they have full traceability and transparency how these funds are being deployed, but the end user would be protected at all costs and kept private. So we have started off with a lot of enterprise and governmental and NGO solutions, but now we're gearing up more on the Web3 side of the things. But here are some other use cases where MPC is crucial, like AI training. Currently, AI is only dependent on the public data. So how to train an AI model using also private confidential data, or even keep the AI model itself private. This is where MPC solves the problem. So there are many use cases which cannot be facilitated without the use of multi-party computation. This is our current ecosystem, which we are growing eagerly every day. And I mentioned some of these projects from the enterprise and government side. But we are gearing up to a DeFi and real-world asset tokenization. So we did launch or announced recently the launch of our 100 million grant program. So we're waiting for developers and projects to reach out if they're interested, bringing their solution or part of their solution if it's currently on another chain where they are in need of the privacy computation. It's a Rust-based programming language, but we are able to work with all the other protocols out there as well. And I would like to ask for, do a question round. Does anyone have questions? Yes?
Hey there, thank you very much for this and for this focus on privacy. Just wanted to reference some of what you said about these completely transparent systems being too transparent and these completely anonymous systems being too anonymous or having too many dimensions of anonymity. Do you see in this ecosystem in which you've been operating an interest in solutions that have anonymity for some actors but not others? Like, for example, anonymity for payers in transactions but not necessarily recipients. Anonymity for users of the system but not necessarily the platform operators. And did you see this as an opportunity to strike the right relationships that are needed to achieve both the requirements for regulation and also the requirements for the users of the system for their rights?
Yeah, so there's this actual differentiation needed to be done between privacy and anonymity. So the privacy feature keeps also, if we have built a payment solution, it keeps the beneficiary private also from the institution that has built out the solution. So they would only see the wallet address, but not the actual individual behind it. They're still able to, it's regulatory friendly. So we have put all the focus last year to be compliant, and we're positioned very well and in a perfect scenario with all the data protection rights. And the main benefit is that you are able to keep the beneficiaries private, also from the solution provider, but you're able to verify the output of the privacy computation on a public chain.
So you said something that worried me, which is that there's a difference between anonymity and privacy. There isn't. And I'm concerned that I'm concerned that when you say it's regulatory compatible, you're drawing distinctions around what is revealed to whom. I imagine that if you have a user of the system, they're going to demand that they don't reveal any information to anyone, under the expectation that the information will ultimately be shared and copied.
Well, it cannot be shared because it's processed between multi-party computation nodes. So one single node doesn't hold the full truth of the data. But could
they collude to reconstruct them?
They're able to process it, and you're able to put that data into research or into computation, and only the output that comes from the MPC nodes is public. So the MPC nodes are also a form of distributed computation, as is blockchain. So that protects from any single data being revealed completely.
So the attack model is that those nodes could collude to reconstruct or de-anonymize the user potentially.
I mean, they're built in a way which doesn't enable collusion.
I don't believe it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Awesome. So hi, welcome, and I would like to talk to you about this unifying Web3 with chain abstraction and NIR protocol. So what we'll be talking today about is the bridging blockchain island for unified Web3 experience. In translation, if you imagine each protocol, each chain as a separate island, what can we do and how can we bridge those islands together? So my name is Alen Meštrov. I'm a full-stack software developer. I've been working in Web2 for 8 years, and now I'm 2 in Web3. I'm a tech lead at Near Balkans Hub, and I love Web3 technology and all that it can provide for future generations, let's say it's like that. So what is NIR? NIR is a blockchain protocol, which layer 1, which is actually built having in mind the onboarding the mass users, enabling the development for Web2 developers, and optimizing the costs, and bringing the open web to mass adoption. So the challenge of fragmentation. Currently, Web3 ecosystem is fragmented, which means that you have a lot of moving parts that actually are not connected or cannot be connected currently. And then they are operating independently, which means that if you want to have it on one chain, then you need to adopt it. Then you need to adopt your application and the whole service, the full functionality, so that it actually corresponds to the standards and usage of that blockchain. Which means that it actually creates a barrier to which is like a wall between interoperability, and it complicates user experience. There is a lot of moving parts, and actually, as a developer, you need to have more knowledge, more vast knowledge of adjusting and getting it done on multiple blockchains. So I would like to go over the one example. How is it in most cases? So we have Laura and Bob, and Lara. Let's start with Lara. So Lara opens a hot wallet in MetaMask. She writes a passphrase so that she doesn't forget it. And then she needs to open a separate wallet on NIR. She goes to Starbucks and gets to get a smoothie. Starbucks has this kind of activation that gets points, rewards, and NFTs, which is on Polygon. Then she sends that NFT to another Web3 marketplace, and which is Polygon supported, to trade it for special discount in Zara. So she needs to move it, and she needs to do it in a way that it's not convenient, let's say it like that. And then she finds an NFT special offer, which actually is a ticket for the concert, +1. And what she needs to do then, she needs to ask Bob to actually open a NIR wallet so she can send this 1+ ticket to him. So this is, there's a lot of moving in and out of the different applications, sending into one chain to another chain, and then bridging it, and it complicates user experience, it complicates flow, it complicates everything. So here comes chain abstraction. Chain abstraction actually is the process of simplifying the complexity of interacting with different blockchains, which means that instead of building same application on different protocols based on their technology and usage, you will be able to actually build it in one place, and that the user can actually have seamless experience, let's say it like that. And then on the other hand, on the side from the developers, why is F different? They are able to focus on their functionalities and production and building new stuff instead of just the infrastructure level of everything. So on NIR, we built blockchain operating system, which is unified UI, which is currently used so that Web2 developers can actually build front-end using JavaScript, and then that front-end is compiled and stored on the chain itself. With this, we aim to actually show the developers that they don't need to have the knowledge and the complexity of Web3 so that they can build something on it. Then we have account aggregation. Account aggregation is actually, so Near wallet is actually Near account can actually store multiple things in it, which means that when you create Near account, you can have multiple keys of multiple chains all in one place. And then we're going to get to that. And then you'll be able to actually communicate through multiple chains and technologies and protocols through only one application. This is, yeah, oh, sorry. As you can see here, so we have Bitcoin, we have Polkadot, and we have, and then everything with partnership with IGN layer, we have fast finality, and then we actually moved it to EVM compatible completely. So what are the benefits? Benefits for depending on the user actually doesn't need to move away from the one application. Everything can be done in one application through one seamless experience, and it can interact with other users that are not on that chain. So this is why interoperability is the most important part of everything. And yeah, of course, without the need to actually understand the technicalities of the blockchain. How it should be. So, for example, this is the ideal scenario. So Laura opens the KK app. She orders a smoothie in the Starbucks. She gets directly discount in the application. And then she gets immediately through the application. The application knows that there is a discount from Zara if she gets this NFT. And she does the shopping, she gets a badge. So when she reopens the app, or even with push notifications, she gets another offer for a concert ticket, and +1 for that concert ticket. And so she can send then, through the application, she can send Bob the ticket, and after he actually has this interaction with the application, he says, okay, listen, I have some extra money, let's earn some more. And he buys the Bitcoin and borrows against it with USDC, so he can actually mint the Fighting Dragon NFT on Magic Eden. So benefits for developers, like I said, it's the most important part is that you can focus on functionalities and that you can actually get wider user base, wider users, and you don't need to actually be concerned about the technology and its restrictions, let's say it like that. So here comes chain signatures. Chain signatures are on Near, so new on Near. What it enables is, it enables you to, with one, so like I said, with one account, with one wallet, you will be able to connect and communicate with multiple blockchains with other users that are not on the blockchain, on that specific blockchain, and as well as smart contracts. So this decentralized signing mechanism is a leveraged dual quorum, which is a security model, which is between Near and IGN layer. And then, so they are combining Near staking and IGN layer ETH restakers, which means to facilitate cross-chain transactions seamlessly. So one more advantage is, so when you want to send, for example, from DOT to Bitcoin, or I don't know, from Ethereum to Bitcoin or Doge or something like that, you will need to pay the gas fees in native tokens. So that is out of the picture. So what we have MPCs. It's a multi-party computation, which means that what is done, you get the gas fee and everything in USDC, which is also cool because you don't need to have multiple tokens for one transaction. So it is actually combining 4 steps into one, and it is leveraging the UX and functionality of these chain signatures. So how it looks today in most cases, we have chain ABC, and then for each chain we have application ABC, so everything is separate. Let's say that those are the islands that I was talking about in the beginning. And then only thing that is connecting them, if they're available, are bridges. So we wanted to resolve this, and we wanted to improve the experience. And what we did is chain signatures, which means that you are going to have one app through which is going to connect to Near, and then Near is going to distribute and communication and transactions throughout the multiple chains, throughout the multiple contracts. So case studies currently, I named them 3, there are more now even. So it's sweat economy integration of multi-chain gas layer for communication between NIR and BNB chain. Then we have EastBlue Bitcoin layer to DeFi developments and Mint-based cross-chain NFT marketplace. So they are all leveraging these chain signatures so that they can actually communicate, get the wider user base so that the users can actually communicate with the other users that are not on the chain. So the future of Web3 is the chain abstraction. Since general user, he doesn't or she doesn't need to be concerned about the technology, the complexity, restrictions, and everything. So they just want to send, receive, and maybe interact in some way with the applications that are broader, let's say it like that, that are not, and that they have functionalities only for that chain. So with this, we actually see an interoperable digital ecosystem that leverages one point of entry. You enter it, and then you can do everything from there. And yeah, that's actually it. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you want to scan the code, there is a documentation for the developers as well as the business part. And yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hi. So, we are not a lot. What's happened? Where is all the youth that working on the blockchain? You have to call them. This is a very meta subject. Anyway, thank you so much for those that are here. And big thanks to BlockSplit to give us this space to explore how Web3 can benefit to sustainable development goals and benefit to the civil society. So I will read a little bit my notes because English is not my mother languages. So excuse me about that. And all right. So who here about sustainable goals, sustainable development goals? Have you heard about it before? No? Just one person. All right, okay. So this talk, we cover a lot of information and materials, but I will try to make it short, concise, and see how we can use this emerging technology to make a difference on the people's life. So before starting, it's important to bring some context. So, does Web3 can help humanity in these pivotal moments? I would like to introduce myself first. I'm Awatef Keloki. I'm working at Radical Exchange Foundation. You might heard about this foundation. Yesterday, Glenn Well and Audrey Tank had like amazing panels. So I work with them. And I'm leading the Web3 for Social Impact Lab at this foundation. And why I put this question in the beginning of my presentation, it's just like to put some context. Actually, we know that the world has been changing all the time, but I don't know if you noticed, I know that the audience are young, youth, but we are at the point of inflection, a moment when the decision we make hold more power than ever. So our economy and our governance and democracy are supposed to move at the space on humanity and the planet, and especially since the COVID-19. Because we notice that the growth doesn't take this into account, become destructive. So right now, how to manage loss in area of rapid change and complexity. So, as I call it, the unprecedented challenge, progress versus peril, or progress is in peril. You can put it also in this way. And you know, human life improved over the past 250 years, and particularly in terms of standard of living, longevity, medical advances, access to education, access to information, and so on and so on. So these advances also come with a cost. And the cost now, right now, we can feel it. And especially on the climate and ecological crisis, like even the global north can feel it as much as the global south. The rising global temperature, also the debt crisis, the polarization, like they mentioned, like Audrey Tank and Glenn Well, they mentioned it on Sunday and yesterday. So all these costs have a price to our society, And we can notice it that right now is like the world's richest 1% on more than 50% of the world's width, while the poorest 50% on less than 1%. Oh, pardon, sorry. And also about the food. Actually, we produce enough food to feed everyone on the planet, but 800 million people still go to bed hungry every night. So what I say, what I say, these last 250 years may be seen as a bygone golden age. So that's why inclusive development through sustainable development goals is a subject that we all have to tackle. It can be the technologists, the civil society, the private sectors, public institutions. Right now, we are at the pivotal moment that this issue we had to explore all together. So, sustainable development goals. So when I ask, just one person knows about it. So I will dive into that a little bit. So these sustainable development goals are a series of 70 goals that have been implemented in 2015 by the United Nations and adopted by 184 country members in 2015. And these 17 goals are separated by 3 main pillars: economic pillars, environmental pillars, and social pillars. So these 3 pillars that we see earlier, so the economic, environmental, and social pillars, we also can illustrate to these images that we call it the triple bottom. Why these images I think is powerful? Because we notice that these 3 pillars are totally linked. So the economic, planet, and people have to work all together. And once is the case, we achieve the sustainabilities. So the inclusive economic, how we can divide, is to seek a balance between the producing value and saving resources at the same time. The people is what we call it the social cohesion, that everyone right access basic resources and services to meet the essential needs. And environmental is harmony with our ecosystem, with the nature, at least preserving or even restoring. So these 3 interconnections have been studied by one economist, British economist. I don't know if you heard about Kate Raworth. Who heard about her? No. Okay. She deployed a theory that's called the donuts theories and the boundaries. So the donut is kind of compulse for our centuries. The goal is to leave no one behind us. And how you can see, you have the social foundation, how we call it the social pillars, And beyond, you have the ecological boundaries. And between them is the safe and the just space for humanity. We suppose to live here, between the social and ecologic boundaries. And actually, we are here. We are beyond the boundaries of climate, ecologic, social, through the poverty. So today, our global economy leaves billions of people behind us. And as I mentioned, like during my introduction, right now is our duty to at least try to work all together, all ecosystems to work together. So that's why I'm very thankful to BlockSplit to give me this opportunity and this space to talk to the blockchain ecosystem. As I'm pretty sure that you have a lot of resources that you can, that you can work with the civil society and all the organizations on the grassroots. So, how we can change the dynamic? I will show you some examples that are already existing. Examples of regenerative and disruptive ambitions. Since the COVID-19, many businesses really want to embrace the social and ecological purpose. And we have some templates that how they can move from place to place. So, as I mentioned, we are beyond the boundaries of the donut theories because we use the degenerative process that we take, make, use, and just lose. And also, we have like these devices when we capture the opportunities, value on the hands of you. All right. So we might move to the space of regenerative system that we said we regenerate and restore. And also we distribute the resources and we share resources. Here are some examples. For the ecological ecosystem, how to move to degenerative to regenerative. From the landscape degradation, we can reach the sustainables. At least if we can reach the sustainables, it's great. But if we move to regenerative, we know that we are on the move on. We are on the collective move for the planet. It's the same like for the economy, like produce and using and losing, obsolescence. We can recyclable, and then to move to repair and modular designs. So through businesses, we can move from divisive to distributive, how we can imagine the new factories through poverty wages, through share profit and living. And it's the same for the tech. How we can move from, we call it the Web 2 ecosystem to ecosystem where we can be in benefit of the community and serve the communities. So, the world is functioning. Why? Because we have what we're calling the social and solidarity ecosystem, economy. Right now in Europe, it's representing 10% of GDP, and is around like 9% of workforces. So this social and solidarity economy include cooperative, social enterprise, enterprise with mission, with purpose, of course, NGO. So we have many different structures, organizations that they are involved to social and solidarity economy, and we have some regulation to promote this economy. No, okay. Before to explore the Web3 and society, what's matter with this ecosystem is that is the ecosystem then that they are working to reach the Sustainable Development Goals on the grassroots. But they are facing a lot of obstacles. And it's not about like, because with the Web3, and you will see later on, we have a lot of similarity with the blockchain, with this ecosystem, because about the governance, but what they're facing, the obstacles, the major obstacles that they're facing is through the funding. The financing this economy. And yeah, so this is the main obstacles that the ecosystem are facing. Okay, let's explore the Web3 and society, and how this ecosystem call it the collective concepts. I worked to, I was interested on blockchain and Web3 in 2020. And the first things that I noticed of this ecosystem is, as I was mentioning earlier, is all the similarity that we have with the CCE ecosystem. But one thing, because many people said that Web3 can be considered as engine of new model of change because of the tech behind the blockchain, those values that make unique transparency, traceability, trust, decentralization. But this technology seems also capable of pushing liberal value on the climax through the vision of the speculation of crypto and so on. So how this ecosystem can build a bridge with other ecosystems to find the right balance to move forward, instead to reproduce what's happening with the Web2 ecosystem. So this is the similarity that I found out through the governance, through the financial, economic, and innovation. To the financial, through the Web3 we have access to a new way of transaction across the borders, giving and receiving money. Through economic, we create a new market, coordinating labors and capitals, designing incentive. Governance, we have representative and sharing, making participative decision, managing share assets and data. And innovation is sharing new idea, experimentation, and so on. So the technology is not neutral. And we have to take to consideration some keys. Society shapes human through shared value, power structure, and norm. Human shape technology through incentive, personal value, and cognitive biases. Technology change society through economic incentive, conditioning. So through the society, we can shape the technology. So why Web3 matter to SDG? I have one of my partners through the Web3 ecosystem. He shared to me these pictures. And he said to me, that's why we have to build the bridge between our two ecosystems, is because we have a common goals. With the Web3 value share, we know that we reach a balance with all actors. So I really want to believe on this ecosystem. I really want to build with this ecosystem because we need each other for the better humanities. The only thing is how we build the bridge. Because on the Web3 ecosystem, we have like a lot of like great technologists, developers that are building in the sides, a great tech, but they're not taking in consideration people that already built from many, from many years on the grassroots. We have to all sit in the same tables and in the same space and build together. All right, so coalition is matters. We can talk about it because I think I'm running on time. But if you have a question, please come to me. And the only thing that I want to say is that the success and the failures of our whole ecosystem depends of how we build a common goals together. So I don't know if we have time for Q&A. Where is Gabriela? Okay. Do you have a question? No question? No? Okay. So if you want to know more about us, you can find us on Discord, LinkedIn, and also our website, Radical Exchange Foundation. And right now, we are working with the Sandbox, and we are launching like gaming experiences. So please support us on this Impact Game Jam that are going to be launched this month. Thank you for your attention, and I'm around if you have some questions.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so we are on. First, thank you all for joining this session. Today, our initial topic was e-commerce in Web3, but we switched it to the payments because we have Michael here from the Visa, and we are very happy about that to have Visa at the conference. We also have Nicola, the CEO of ElectroCoin. You all probably know Nicola. And we have Krashimir from Neuralab. He's CEO of Neuralab, and one of the companies that are helping us with streaming and recording the sessions at the conference. So let's start with the first questions that are the trends. It's obviously that e-commerce is growing, and that even in Croatia that we have more and more shops. But what's the trends with the payments? I know that most people in Croatia still pays offline. But when we compare like cards and Web3 payments, what's the difference? I think, Nicola, we can start with you because I don't think how many people knows about that you have payment gateway, but you also, for the Christmas, you have your calendar with the gifts, etc. So can you give us a little background about that?
Sure, thank you. Hello, everybody. Most people know us by our exchange/brokerage business, but we also have a payment processing business. So you can pay with crypto basically anywhere in Croatia, including the biggest retail chain and biggest web shops and stuff like that. And yes, every Christmas and I think Easter, we have like a catalog, and people actually use that and pay with crypto. It all started for us. It all started as basically a hobby project. Let's do something interesting. Let's build a payment processor. But turns out that people really like it. I mean, not only our product, but basically all of the crypto payment processors. And people actually pay with crypto. So we, started talking to guys. And in terms, okay, there's obviously the demographics of people that have crypto and want to spend it. But there's also guys that actually buy crypto to be able to spend it, and yeah, it's usually cross-border transactions from countries where PayPal doesn't exist and stuff like that. So there actually is a legitimate use case for crypto payments. You asked about the whole payments landscape in Croatia. Means of payments. So turns out most people still use cash. It's upwards than 80% on points of sale. So people really like. I mean, we looked into some studies, and it turns out that people just in Croatia, hold this vertical, like from Greece to Germany, just love paying with cash because it allows them to feel the cash in the hand, because they have the custody of their funds. And it turns out that crypto also is a technology that allows you to have the custody of your funds, and that's we are trying to make those inroads into the payment system. And the fact is that like card payments in Croatia are still less than 20%. So I think around 15%, and there's a few percent mobile payments. So yeah, we're still really a cash society, and card payments are still making inroads, and crypto payments are also trying to find their living space there in Croatia.
Before we ask Michael more about trends in credit card payments, just give us insight. I think 3 years ago when we spoke, you told me that nobody is paying with crypto, and last 2 years you told me that changed a lot, that a lot of people started in Croatia paying with crypto. So is trend still going up, or?
Yeah, it's going up. It's going up considerably, but we still have to keep in mind. I mean, let's be quite conservative and say that card payments are, in the spotlight for us 30 years. It's more of a 60, but let's say last 30 years is the big penetration, And in Croatia, it's still 15-ish percent, So we have to have that in mind. Like the mobile wallet payment, everybody here knows about AirCash. It's less than 2%. It's super small on grand scale. So yeah, crypto payments are really growing in Croatia, but it's still less than 0.1%.
Okay, thanks. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to add a couple of things. So we are both early in both e-commerce and in crypto payments, because I mean the total e-commerce is around 20% of the whole retail, and I believe you have in the US 10% of the whole population has some kind of connection with crypto. So it's both relatively early. What we are seeing from the development and tech side is that merchants are starting to talk about crypto payments. So when we have meetings with new merchants or investors that are investing inside e-commerce, they are starting to talk about accepting payments with crypto.
But do they consider still that as a marketing thing, or they are actually aware that they could earn more because of the crypto payments?
So merchants are basically considering two main things. The increasing of the user experience, so having multiple types of payments for end customer, like having PayPal, credit cards, cash on delivery, and crypto. So they want to increase the UX and they want to lower the fees. So we as developers, we always nudge them into some new technology and innovative UX, but in the end of the meeting, they only need to considering the fees. And you know, in the last couple of years, crypto fees prior to L2s were really high.
But okay, in the crypto, fees will be handled by customer, not by e-commerce owners. You will pay for transaction, the gas fee.
Well, the whole situation was not so clear. Now with the account abstraction and the payment sponsoring, the merchant can now pay for the fees. If we are talking about non-custodial solutions that we are building now, but if you are talking about like custodial solutions like Stripe or Nicola are selling, maybe Nicola can talk more about fees.
I understand about the fees, it was just a question. Michael, tell us more about the Visa. Is probably the biggest card provider in the world. How do you see crypto going in a direction with the credit card payments, etc.? Or give us some insight what Visa is doing regarding that.
Okay, thanks for the question. So I'm responsible for money movements for our CE cluster. So it means that I'm responsible for, let's say, now, let's call it non-core business of Visa. As was mentioned, it's right, Visa is the biggest one. Don't forget about the Chinese, because there's 1 billion of them. But we have the most extended network, most of the cards. And what we are actually, we distinguish our business into two parts: core business, which are the payments done by cards at this moment still, and let's say innovations, where also Visa wants to expand our business. So let me just maybe follow up on Nicola on a few topics. First of all, for us, it's not biggest competitor, it's not MasterCard, it's not American Express, it's still cash. Cash is still the biggest competitors. In this area of, let's say, core payments,
just a question, is that worldwide, or we are talking about, like, cash is the biggest competitor?
Worldwide,
okay.
Worldwide. Still, there's a lot of people who are paying, cash on deliveries in cash. A lot of people are having cards, and it doesn't matter what's behind that, and they go for ATM machine, they withdraw the money, and they're spending the cash. And sometimes obviously we are trying to persuade also the customers, to use more cards because it's more convenient to them, etc. But as well, some of the merchants, there are various reasons why they are accepting cash only. It's not just fees; it's other topics. So, I'm responsible for C clusters, so we are pretty much very similar. The countries based on the history, etc. So as we call a gray economy, quite huge. So it's like, just put a statement: the cash is the biggest one. For the card payments, we as a Visa, what we are actually selling is the network. So it's the global presence, global acceptance network. And for us, it really doesn't matter whether it's debit card, credit card, PayPal, because PayPal it's anyway, then the transaction is processed through the card, or crypto. It can be behind the credit, or it can be behind the fiat, it can be crypto. And so maybe few more comments on how we involve and develop on core fees. So core fees and core structure, it's card payments, but we are switching from cards to cards with the chip. Now we are a lot of pushing tokenize. We are tokenization with the mobile app. Same as there's Apple Pay, Google Pay. We launched similar solution, Click to Pay, for the merchants who are not, let's say, so big that they could have a Apple Pay solution. So this is in a part of these core transactions. And then the responsible. I am pretty much for its expanding innovation. Visa is trying. We also understand that we cannot stay in the, let's say, purchase transactions. So for example, me, I'm responsible for money movements. It means cross-border payments on domestic payments all over the place. So we are not tackling the purchases. Now we are tackling the market, you know, the B2B, big transactions, invoices, etc. And probably not to talk too long. So this is where we are also doing a lot of development, and now we are targeting the market. And if I should kind of look at this conference and about the crypto and Web3, so we as a Visa, we are now with, for example, cooperating with crypto.com, Coinbase, and others. So we, first of all, we can issue cards for the crypto players who has the wallets, and then, you know, actually offer them our network, global network, where they can, when the clients can use this crypto card and pay with the you know, open loop network anywhere they want. And then for the merchant, as Nicolas or somebody, it's up to them how they make the exchange, etc. So we are processing the transactions. So that's the one. Second one, really important, that's for, we call it Visa Direct. So we have, for example, this crypto.com, Revolut works similar way. We are actually able to top up those wallets, crypto wallets, with the fiat money. You just enter the PAN number, it's the number of the card, and you just pull money from your standard account and put it on your wallet to your broker, where it's exchange for crypto of your choose, and then you also can offload the money so easily when you wanna, you know, you make the exchange and you wanna send money to your fiat, you use the card, and the biggest difference is it takes seconds to do such a transactions. So again, user experience, how how to interconnect the worlds of, let's say, fiat and with the crypto wallets. It's we are offering such a solutions, and we are, you know, as I mentioned, crypto.com, Binance, they're already with us, and it's very user friendly for the clients.
Thanks. Nicola, question for you. Michael mentioned user experience. The problem with the payments, especially like in the stores, for example, with your gateway, it was much slower than traditional cards. Is that still a situation, or that is improved? And how the process looks like? If I want to go to Conzo, for example, and pay with a crypto, how the process looks like now?
Well, there are faster coins, there are slower coins, as we know. But what we did with physical payments is we basically, you know, we don't wait for the confirmations. You know? So we limit for the coins that are slower, that need higher confirmation times. We just wait to notice the transaction on the blockchain, and because it's a lower amount, we just pass it through. And people were good to us. Nobody's double spending, which is nice.
So I can pay without the money. Thanks.
Yeah, let's keep that in this room. But yeah, yeah, the speed was really a challenge, because when we started in 2018, contactless payments still weren't such a big thing. You know, now, I mean, I pay with my phone. I just take out the phone and I pay. And
do you use more crypto or traditional payments?
If I can, I use crypto because I want dog food. You know, I want to feel the pain and then go to my developers and talk to them how painful it is, so we can fix it. But yeah, at most I use it in Consume a lot and some other web shops. But where I cannot, I just pay with my phone. So this user experience is that we are targeting, that we want to achieve, that we have on our roadmap. It still takes like 3 times as long or 4 times as long to pay with crypto, even with the fastest coins, than it takes, just to pay with the phone. But I mean, we were quite open about it. We are learning from Visa, and it's we are building also a remittance service, cross-border payments, and yeah, the whole architecture is basically, trying to move Visa to blockchain. Having one hub that does the cross-border, and then you have local partners, just as Visa does it, because they are in this business for decades, and they figure out the best architecture. And I think we really have a lot to learn architecture-wise. So I really hope that in a few years we'll have a mobile wallet that has NFC. Just touch the terminal, and then the blockchain transaction gets in the background, and that it will be really fast.
But there are some solutions like that.
Pardon?
There are some solutions like
yes,
that
there
today.
Are, there are.
We had even one startup pitching exactly that. Like you do credit card payment in the background, they sell your crypto and you pay with the fiat money.
Yeah, I mean, if we move away from Electrocoin and our services, there are guys. I have to say, like 5 years ago, we were talking here in crypto community. We were basically trying to find a card acquirer that won't get shut down in like 3 months. Everybody, I think, remembers Wavecrest and stuff like that. And having Visa here, talking about their partnerships with crypto. If somebody told me that 5 years ago, I think they're having a stroke.
Yeah, exactly that. It was two separated words. Now we are merging the best of the two.
And it's not because we moved towards Visa. It's because Visa, figure out that this is the future and move towards us. And now, Michal, you're telling about partnerships, so we don't have to look for shady acquirers that allow crypto integration. Now Visa is trying to do crypto. So I guess in a few years they probably just push us out of the business and do our thing better than we are.
Croatia, I know that you are doing a lot with Web3 and payments and e-commerce. So like at the beginning, it seemed like this crypto thing will be internet money. You have just additional layer for payments, etc. So from the developer's perspective, how hard is to implement like Ethereum payments or Bitcoin payments today in an e-shop?
Yeah. So we started a project internally when we wanted to build a non-custodial solution where you can pay directly to merchant via various layer 2s and Ethereum with any token that you want. So without any centralized instance. It's basically a pain in the ass because currently the whole system is heavily fragmented. You have like a lot of layer 2s, a lot of tokens, a lot of ways of paying, a lot of wallets, a lot of user experiences. What is kind of, and through that process we are seeing a couple of trends. So first, inside the crypto world, the whole e-commerce crypto is moving slowly towards stable coins. So merchants want to receive more stable coins that they want to receive like typical crypto. There are UX trends that are so you want to integrate inside the payment gateway all of the layer 2s and all of the possible wallets. So the whole industry is going into abstracting away crypto from both the merchants and from the end user. And you can see it clearly inside I think the last Stripe demo is a perfect example where the whole e-commerce industry is going. So when you go to your cart, you see some products that you want to buy, and then just like Stripe windows pop up, and then you can check if you want to pay by credit card, PayPal, or crypto. And if you go with crypto, then you decide, do you want to use like Base or Solana or Bitcoin or stuff like that. But the merchant gets the USDC. So these are the trends. Consequently, our project and product will be probably shut down because we cannot like offer to merchants like.
So that's a big news.
I mean, this is an internal experiment more, so, but we had high hopes. So what we wanted to do, we wanted to offer a non-custodial solution to merchants. But the harsh reality is that merchants don't care about non-custodial, decentralization, blah, blah, blah. They just want to receive money. And this is the hard truth.
We are back again to the seamless experience, as Nicola and Michael said. But Nicola, I want to ask you something people don't know. You try at once, when he's talking about the projects that were canceled, you tried to build a website to buy a car with a crypto. And that failed, if I'm correct. Why? You are still building, maybe I disclose something.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we try to do a lot of things, and yeah, I mean, basically the whole company started as an experiment, and we are proud that we try to do a lot of innovative stuff, and some of it fails. I mean, I'm quite sure that everybody here has experience like that. I don't really like to talk a lot about that, but yeah, I mean, we tried a lot of things. I mean, I must say that why we went into that project, people do buy cars with crypto. That's
Is that exception, or there is many people actually who are doing that?
I mean, for such a small country as Croatia is, there's a considerable number. I mean, we were surprised. That's why we went into that direction.
He's a very shy guy, but actually he's the guy responsible that you actually can pay in some bars in Split with the crypto. So Nikola is doing amazing work in Croatia with the payments with the crypto. So big applause for Nikola, please. So Michael, you said about cross-border payments, etc. Is there anything that you can share from Visa? Like, do you leveraging blockchain technologies in any way, stable coins or something like that?
So, our network, how actually...
I'm not asking in too deep technical way, just like give us overview.
I couldn't even serve you there. No, it's fine. How the Visa actually started, we actually, honestly, little generic answer, but how we started 6 years ago, we like to call ourselves first fintech. It was the reason that we actually came to merchants and tell them, guys, instead of a cash, you accept the payment with a card and you don't receive the money straight away, but in 2 days. What a great offer, right? So, and then we need to, and how it actually started, it started through kind of customer experience and that it's better for the client because client is first. So now we are actually kind of developing and how the Visa is built actually. So we are very proud that with our network and our network, it's only our network, our service, not blockchain, right? It's one technology, and that it's quite stable. We have like 0.00 100 zeros and then 9 default that the transactions is cancelled. There's a huge risks controls, compliance controls. We have this war room where there's a. I was there once. One is in London. The second one is in Singapore. And when I heard how many hackers attacks are there, like daily, every hour, every minute, globally, so it's huge. So coming to your answers, because I'm not from, we are very cautiously approaching this area, because the stability it's crucial for us. And don't forget one thing, and I want to mention. So it's great to be here and meet you guys here, and as I said that I'm responsible for more. It's like new payments and the new world, not the core ones, but we are talking. So we actually our clients on a full spectrum. So on the on the one side it's you guys in the crypto, Web3, etc. In the middle, there are fintechs, because some of the fintechs, they are very, I would say, structured, regulated, etc. Revolut, Western Union, etc. are. And on the other end of the spectrum is banks. And banks are very, very traditional, very cautious about any change we make. So it's so we need to navigate and to help all, kind of to serve all those clients. So it's not that easy for us.
Is there any questions? But while we are waiting for your questions, Nikola and Croatia, what's your, do you think stablecoins will, I consider them as a big thing, and I think they are already playing a huge role in our lives, but do you consider in the future that they will even play more crucial roles? Because you said a lot of problems with the crypto payments in e-commerce, with different currencies, different layers, etc. Are stablecoins maybe a solution for all of that? If there is any question, just please raise your hand. We have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, so this is a great question. Stablecoins are currently proving to be the one medium of exchange that crypto birthed. You know, so and this is kind of a funny irony, you know, because Bitcoin and Ether wanted to be like a medium of exchange. You want to buy cars with Bitcoin, but what's happening now in the world that for medium of exchange, stable coins are the killer application, and this is already seen in all of the charts, all of the volume, all of the transactions. So I believe all of the major payment gateways and payment rails inside e-commerce will basically settle to stable coins and then transfer stable coins towards merchants. Ether and Bitcoin are probably going into the direction like digital gold and digital oil, store of value, whatnot, which is a more like complicated play. But for the typical commerce stuff, stable coins are definitely here to stay. USDC is for sure the #1 player inside more enterprise-grade e-commerce, because they are both US-based, heavily regulated, a lot of clear rules about their assets and all of the connected stuff. Tether, which is basically 3 times bigger than USDC. I believe Tether is around 110 billion market value, while USDC is around 30 billion. Tether is going into the direction to be regulated and to be like open about their asset management. So this is something that will surely not go away. But as I said earlier, inside the meetings with merchants and developer stablecoins are for sure here.
Nicola, your opinion on the same question?
Yeah, I mean, there are two narratives here with stablecoin. First is what you hear from stages like this one. Stablecoins definitely are the future of payments and stuff like that, because they remove the need to have trust, and traditional payment networks are built on trust. Well, it turns out that people don't really care because they just trust Visa. Everybody trusts Visa. They earned our trust, you know. So building a payment system that allows instant settlement using a stable coin that has value, that's liquid, that moves across borders. In theory, it sounds great, and we can really build innovative products. And we're really trying, you know, to push this into the mainstream. But turns out not many people really, you know, care about that. For instance, we have the biggest stable coins are denominated in US dollars. And it's really easy to issue euro stable coins. We had guys from Jarvis here at the conference like 4 years ago, stuff like that. So you can go to their service, use USDC as a collateral, and issue a euro stablecoin and Swiss franc stablecoin and some others. And yeah, nobody cares, because people just like the way that traditional payment networks work. So what we are trying to do in Electrocoin is to push into this, as I already mentioned, to this non-custodial narrative. So guys, if you want to have cash, but it's online, then crypto, or more specifically, stable coins, are what you need to use. You know, and for me, the biggest breakthrough for the whole stablecoins industry, I will never forget that moment. I was in Mostar on some panel or whatever, and I read this news that Visa is allowing USDC settlement. You know, and for me this was okay. So of course we have a lot of introspection. You know, are we doing this right? Does it make any sense? But when Visa recognized that, you know, it makes sense to do reconciliation in USDC, that was for me like, okay, we are on the right track. But we just need to have more time, you know, and I'm quite sure that in 10 years, in 15 years, we'll be, you know, so Visa is now, our cards are now 15% in Croatia, we'll have 15% stable coins payments in Croatia. That's my personal opinion.
Can we expect some credit cards from Electrocoin in the future?
Yeah, we're gonna have a beer after this and see what we can do together.
So there is 30 seconds, time for one question if anyone wants to ask something. Okay, no questions. Thank you for joining us. I hope it was interesting. Michael, Nicola, and Croatia, thank you for all the insights that you share.
Thank you.
And I'm glad to have you at the conference. Thank you.
Hey everyone, quite a few of you after lunch. My name is Philip. I'm BD and DeFi Degen at Redstone Oracles. And today I want to tell you a little bit more about Rollup as a service products and oracles and what's the intersection between them. So to kick things off, for those of you that are not familiar with Redstone, we launched our mainnet product back in 2022. We announced then our seed round when we raised 7 million in funding with VCs like Lemniscap, Coinbase Ventures, Maven 11 on the deck. Then in 2023, we announced our angel round with prominent builders like Sandeep from Polygon, Alex Gluchowski from Zeka Sync, or Emin from Avalanche on the deck. And you might notice a lot of these angels that participate in the round are L2, L1 ecosystem builders. That's because they usually understand the importance of diversity of the Oracle provider in your ecosystem. Then again, last year we launched our research arm, where we prepared a couple of deep dives into different crypto topics. We did a report on the stablecoins, RWAs, yield-bearing protocols, LSTs, and liquid restaking tokens. And our last liquid restaking token report had around 120K views. And we are a very lean team, at least for what we do right now, around 20 people. Most of us live in Warsaw, and around 80% of the team are seasoned engineers. And also, I can give you a little bit of the alpha. So Redstone got first mainnet client around January last year, 2023, and we are currently securing $3.7 billion of TVL. So that's the amount of value that is relying on our price feeds. Now, to give you a short intro into the Oracle world, you might ask, why do you need an Oracle in your ecosystem? So basically what Oracle does is it delivers data into blockchains for it to be used further in smart contracts. And I really like this idea of explaining an Oracle for like non-crypto native people. If you imagine blockchain being like a computer that can do some kind of computation, or like where you can code some type of methodology, the Oracle is the internet plug that connects this computer to external data, right? So in theory, it can be any type of data. It can be weather data, election data, sports data. But since the specific of the crypto markets is like very speculative right now, and I would say very price focused, for now it's mostly market data. And actually around 95% of price feeds are mostly prices of the assets, mainly crypto assets. And I have a question to you guys. Do you have any idea what's the most utilized data feed in the whole DeFi right now? Yes? Yeah, exactly. If USD is the most utilized price feeds, it's responsible for around 90% of the queries right now. And like, it's pretty obvious. That's because like ETH is the major chain when most of the traffic is happening, but also there's a growing number of ETH-denominated assets. So usually when you have ETH stake tokens or ETH restake tokens, those are denominated by lending markets in ETH. So then again, they need to query the ETH price in order to know what's the pricing of that asset. Now, what are the Oracle use cases? So Oracles will be in the future used widely for different use cases, but for now it's mainly DeFi. And to give you like a brief overview of different protocol types that rely on Oracles, I will show you a couple of examples right now. So for example, lending markets like Aave or Venus, CDP stablecoins like Liquidity or Prisma, leverage protocols, Gearbox or Delta Prime, derivative protocols, Synthetics, GMX are also relying on Oracles, yield protocols, Sommelier and Zoom Finance, or algorithmic stablecoins like Mento or Frax Finance. And now I have a question. Do you have idea for two types of DeFi protocols that doesn't need oracles in their ecosystem. Yeah.
Well, straight Uniswap swap.
Yeah. So like DEXs and anything else?
No, I think this is one example. Yeah, if you have just a pool and you want to swap from one asset to the other side, you don't need an oracle.
Yeah, so I fully agree. DEXs are an interesting case because they are not only not reliant on oracles at all, they also are usually a data source for the oracle provider, especially for like on-chain native assets. So whenever the token is traded on Uniswap, the Uniswap is delivering data for this particular token. Another interesting example I really like to give of protocol not reliant on oracle is peer-to-peer lending. And especially, I like Blur Blend. I'm not sure, for those of you that are not familiar, it's basically NFT lending protocol, peer-to-peer NFT lending, which has actually quite decent liquidity, maybe because of the point system, maybe because like the proper structured incentive programs. Anyway, the point is, if you can construct oracle-less protocol without compromising on capital efficiency, then you probably should. Because adding an oracle to the equation is almost always additional risk factor. But up to date, it's almost impossible to maintain the same capital efficiency without relying on the price feeds from oracle provider. Now, why do oracles matter so much for rollup as a service products? So with rollup as a service, basically the time to spin up a new chain or like a new ecosystem went from months or years to weeks or days. So right now you can pretty much spin up a new ecosystem in like 2 days. But if you want to have any kind of DeFi within the new rollup, you need to have an oracle. And now what can you do? So you can go to Chainlink and say, hey guys, I created new ecosystem yesterday. Would you mind deploying there? But they obviously will tell you, hey, let's circle back to that conversation in a couple months or a couple years' time when you grow a little and when you have anything valuable on your chain. And like, don't get me wrong, we do believe Chainlink did an amazing job for an industry, and we wouldn't be here without them. But the thing is, they are currently focused on a little bit different things right now. And certainly the new ecosystems and like more crypto-native, aka on-chain native assets are not their focus right now. And the question I have, do you know how many chains does currently Chainlink support? More or less. Anyone can shoot. All right. Right now, last time I checked, it's around 13 chains. So just to give you like a brief overview, for us, it's around 40 like active chains with active users and like actual traction, and probably like 50, 60 different chains, counting also like the ghost ones or the ones where there's not much happening. So why isn't Chainlink deploying on all these new chains? There are key bottlenecks like on-chain data storage cost and monitoring infrastructure cost. And key considerations are update conditions and cost of one update. And now there are two key implementation of the Oracle. And that's very important, and I'll try to explain the differences between them. So basically, there are push and pull oracles. And now, push oracle model, it's like currently the most utilized model of consuming data in DeFi. It was introduced by Chainlink back in 2019, 2020. It's basically a model where you set up reliable infrastructure, set up conditions, update conditions, and based on these conditions, constantly push the prices on-chain. So let's say for ETHUSD, for example, you set 0.5% deviation, 24-hour heartbeat, and based on these conditions, the data is being injected on-chain and consumed by dApps from these smart contracts. Now, for the pool model, there are no set conditions, update conditions. So the data is being injected on-chain only when needed, and it's usually user transaction that triggers the data and pushes the data forward on-chain. So how it usually works is data is in like an off-chain component. In our example, we call that data distribution layer. User interacts with the protocol. Let's say he deposits into the vault, or he gets liquidated, for example. And in that example, when he deposits, he pays 10% more in gas, but it's his transaction that is pushing the price on-chain. Or, for example, he gets liquidated, so it's liquidation bot that makes the price go on-chain. The difference is then that in push model, you need to constantly pay gas for price updates. And those gas are usually on protocol consuming or on Oracle end, right? Also very often, like when we have clients coming to us, for example, EtherFi, for like restaking asset providers, if they want to have data feed for their token, so it can be utilized further in DeFi, they are happy to cover these gas updates and like costs of the gas updates, solely because it's in their best interest to have the price feed and to have DeFi integrations ready. So with push model, the gas cost is on our end. In pull model, the gas cost is on user end, but user usually doesn't even notice it because it's like, let's say 10% of his transaction gas fee, but also it like kind of like gives a check, is the data really needed? And like, is there actual demand for the data if he's ready to pay that gas? Now, in terms of cross-chain scalability, the on-demand model is obviously much more scalable. For example, with our infrastructure, we try to make it for EVMs compatible out of the box. So like integrating with EVM chain with fully shared security and with all assets available in pool model is like very easy. And for standard EVM integrations, it can take just like a few days. In terms of push model, it's non-scalable. So every time it's also reliant on the chain infrastructure, RPCs available, update conditions, and like a lot of monitoring going forward before we actually deploy. And obviously, in terms of number of feeds, in push you need to choose which feeds you want to have available. In pool model, you can deploy with all your production-ready assets right off. Now, how the standard push Oracle works. So there are data sources like CEXs, DEXs, data aggregators like CoinGecko that are being collected by node operators, and then they are aggregated and pushed to smart contracts on target chains. And then the DApp smart contract is reading the data from the chain itself. So as you can see, this model is non-scalable across chains and is very limited in terms of number of assets available. We really like to refer to push model to like an email. So if you think about it, email was one of the first option of communicating. And you currently have multiple new like communicators like Telegram, Instagram, whatever you use. But email is still in use. It's still got its use case and it's working well. But we believe, like, and push model is probably here to stay, but we believe in the future more and more protocols will be switching to the pool Oracle model. Now, how the data flow looks like in the pool model. Basically, the beginning is the same. So we have data sources, CEXs, DEXs, data aggregators, and node operators aggregating the data, but then they push signed data packages to the thing we call middle layer. It's, in our example, we call it data distribution layer, which is like off-chain decentralized stream of nodes. In PIF example, it's PIFnet, which is like a Solana fork that has, it's Solana fork, but they have all the tokens. So it's like pushing the price there is very cheap and they're affordable. And then it's being injected by user transactions in a couple of ways into the targeted blockchain. So again, PIF, for example, uses a bridge messaging for that. They use wormhole. We usually use either liquidator transaction that triggers the middle layer to push the price on-chain, or we piggyback user transaction. So we discovered that you can inject the data when user interacts with the protocol into call data into his transaction. And you can see in our showroom.redstone.finance like multiple chains we've integrated in the pool model and kind of like check it out how the model works and just see query the data from multiple chains. Now, why does it matter so much for rollup as a service? So like when you pick an Oracle provider for your rollup, there are few key things you need to consider. So obviously, one of them is waiting time, which naturally is much shorter with pool Oracle, where you can deploy very fast on every new chain. Cost of deployment, so here again, pool model wins because it doesn't require additional infrastructure, doesn't require gas costs on protocol or on ecosystem end. But then you have type of applications that you want to bring into your chain. And here, very often push model wins because like being fully transparent, at least for now, most of the DeFi dApps, especially blue chip ones, are usually consuming Chainlink on a lot of chains, on a lot of different assets. And let's say if they want to deploy into new chain, or if they want to bring new asset into their infrastructure, or like as collateral to the, for example, money market, lending market, they are not so keen to change their whole infrastructure only to consume the data in a novel way. They would rather just use the audited code and simply utilize the model they know well and they know for years. So if you want to have blue chips in your new ecosystem, you probably need to have push oracles. But if you want to have like novel types of dApps and like novel DeFi, then you're probably very well going with pool. Now, different case studies of rollup as a service. So like Manta Pacific is one of the examples where they used Caldera and Polygon ZK EVM stack. They did very well incentive programs that attracted tons of liquidity. They do have some problems right now because after the incentives ended, the liquidity is flowing out. But still, it was like an amazing job done by the team, especially at the beginning during the like Manta Pacific craze. Another example is you might be familiar with a lot of L1 chains, I would say Dino coins, like for example Lisk, which used to have a lot of traction, but now they kind of lack narrative. And we see a lot of these chains are kind of thinking about how to get the users back. And switching to L2s with EVM compatibility is usually a solution. So for example, Lisk is going with Gelato and OP Stack, and is going to launch their new chain. Another example is Silo utilizing ZK EVM stack, or Kanto using the ZK EVM stack. And slowly coming to an end and wrapping it up, key parameters to keep in mind when choosing the Oracle provider is basically, can you decide which data providers will be delivering data for a particular asset? What's the redundancy? So what has to fail for the Oracle to go down? For example, if an Oracle is reliant on Breach or any external solution, what's the redundancy of this solution? L1, L2's RAS compatibility. So is it fully cross-chain? Is the security fully shared between different chains? Number and types of data feeds available. So how easy is to spin up new price feed, but also are all price feeds available on all chains integrated with the Oracle? And on-chain versus off-chain data sources, this is very interesting. So like, there is a lot of on-chain native assets popping up. So like, if you think about the whole LST or LRT narratives, we went, like as Redstone, we went very hard onto these narratives. We discovered them very early. Is the Oracle provider able to properly aggregate the on-chain native data sources? So like different DEXs, different types of DEXs, and like in multiple different chains and ecosystems. Then price aggregation methodology. So is it robust against wash trading? Now, different Oracle providers have different aggregation methodology. Some of them use simply volume-based method, which is not the best. We discovered that usually, especially for on-chain native assets, the liquidity threshold is much better. So if you utilize, like if you aggregate data based on the amount of liquidity there is in particular pool, but also add slippage checks on top just to check if the liquidity is there and like if the slippage is not too high, it's usually less prone to manipulation than if you just use volume-based trading. Historical mispricing and manipulations. So has this Oracle provider failed in the past and how? What is the guarantee? So can you get any kind of damage payout in case something happens? How much do you need to pay for the provider? Fundamentals like governance, tokenomics, audits, and probably 100 different aspects when choosing the Oracle provider for your new ecosystem. Now, at the end, I would love to invite you guys to the ETH Warsaw conference that is happening every year in September. I actually find a lot of similarities to this BlockSplit conference, to E4So. So it's like small builder-focused conference. It's this year, it's 2nd to 9th September. And I think it's a good excuse to come to Warsaw if you are looking for one. The weather is still good in September, so I invite you all to come. And that's pretty much it. If you have any question, feel free to shoot me right here, or I'll be around the venue for the whole day, so hit me up. Thank you.
I don't think it's on.
Can I come, or? I can come too. Yeah, that's all good. Maybe I can do this. So awkward. Yeah. I will repeat the question.
Okay, so if you think about how Chainlink sources data on chains that have decentralized consensus, there's a bunch of different data source providers, and then they've got. Here, I think he's got a mic now. Okay, and then they've got. So if you think about how Chainlink sources data on decentralized chains, there's a bunch of different data providers, and then algos for balancing that out. Like a price feed could have 30 different data providers, right? How does it work on a roll-up where there's a centralized sequencer? Are you like live-tailing the chain and re-computing all blocks to make sure it's valid before providing this to, let's say, like cross-chain? Wherever the data is being consumed, you have to source it from a centralized sequencer. So do you see this as risk? Like if you think about how for example, like optimistic roll-ups, third-party bridges have to recompute the chain, so they're not taking a risk on the challenge period, right? So you have the same issue if you're sourcing the data from the centralized sequencer. So how are you guys dealing with that risk?
So the question is, if the sequencer goes down, what happens?
No, but you are relying on the sequencer to be building valid blocks, right?
Yeah, I mean,
what if it's a bad actor sequencer? Because someone has to challenge a sequencer to blow the whistle, right? The sequencer can like build an invalid block and continue along. So you can't just like trust the sequencer to be providing you valid data unless you're monitoring the chain yourself.
The data is stored in the off-chain component. So like the sequencer is not providing data at all.
But that's your access to reading on-chain, right? Like, are you running your own
But
nodes
in
on
the
these
pool,
rollups?
so yeah, that's the difference between the pool model, where it's the protocol that is pushing the price on-chain. So the sequencer phase, it's kind of like a protocol problem, I would say, and like that's for.
It's definitely a protocol problem, but like you're relying on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm still not sure. Like,
totally.
I'm not that technical, so that would be like a little bit harder for me to explain.
Totally appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
if I sit in the middle, you know, of you. Time is wrong. Someone stole our 10 minutes.
Oh.
So I'll kind of speed it up. My name is Marin. I'll be your moderator today. I'm contributing to Lido protocol for 2.5 years. But we have a coincidence that 2 of us actually contribute to the same protocol. So I promise you no bias and at least EF levels of bias, just a bit for advisorship. Today we have it's, in my opinion, one of the better panels because we have speakers from liquid staking, restaking directly, lending market, bridging. So we have full stack based on tech and business. So expect good topics to be discussed. Guys, you want to go for a quick round of intros?
Hi everybody, my name is Brad Harrison. I work on Venus Protocol, which is a lend and borrow application on Ethereum, BNB chain, and as of a few days from now, Arbitrum 1. And really happy to be here in Croatia.
Hey, I'm Marco. I work at LeFi and Jumper Exchange. We aggregate bridges and dexes and make it possible for users to get any token they want on any chain, and also for protocols to support that for their users. Happy to be here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jorge, aka Kotler in the space. I'm a co-founder at Nectar Network, which is a multi-layer restaking protocol. Yeah, and if you have any technical questions about restaking later, I will happily talk to you about it. And thank you for being here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jakov. I'm contributing to Lido DAO as a master of DeFi to the protocol relations team, which pretty much means that I'm trying to make staked ETH the asset that you want to get.
Thank you. So I'll kick right to it. Remember Brad saying in Dubai, we are so early. You said it so many times that I remembered it. So in terms of restaking, it's a novelty in the space and it's a new shiny thing. Everyone's talking about it, from Ethereum Foundation to every single project that wants to do something in terms of DeFi. So Jorge, Diva started as an LST. You briefly mentioned it's still going to be an LST, but you actually decided to go a step forward and make it liquid restaking protocol itself, like on a protocol level. Does it mean native staking is gone? What would be the pros of restaking? Why the step forward?
So I guess it's a mix of everything, market conditions, narratives. And yeah, we were mainly building a liquid staking protocol that was powered by native DDT, with the focus of, giving an alternative to solo stakers who maybe do not have the capacity of depositing 32 Ether, which is pretty restrictive at the moment. But then the narrative started changing when Eigenlayer and restaking appeared, and we had to take a decision of, okay, what do we do? Can we get on the boat somehow of restaking? Do we integrate the LST, which was a no-no because we were not a mainnet? Do we become liquid restaking natively? That was a no-no because we were already deep in the development of Diva. So we started studying restaking and said, okay, let's go straight for the restaking at the protocol level. Actually, pretty well. We are almost there. We like to paint it as added value for Diva stakers and operators. So, yeah, I think restaking is just the way to go now because we are going down the path of very low APY on ETH, independently if the new research on issuance goes through. Even if it doesn't, when we reach to a point of a lot of ETH staked and the collateral going to very low APY, restaking is one of those things that are going to keep operators engaged and incentivized to keep validating the network.
Thank you. Jakov, next one for you. Essentially, Lido is the biggest brand in terms of liquid staking. Do you think, in your personal opinion, of course, Lido should follow these steps?
Personally, I believe no. Though I think restaking is quite interesting technology. I think there's a huge amount of value of being only the staking middleware, and that moving to like upgrading stake-D to become like a liquid restaking token, or moving the LiDAR protocol to become a restaking platform is not a good move, because it just adds a lot of risk that you can have on layers on top. So you can still keep the stake-D as stake-D. It has a lot of value of being the most robust staking platform, staking infrastructure. And then the idea is to allow other restaking platforms to build on top of the best staking platform.
Added risk is definitely a big part of like the restaking conversation. Just like show of hands, who knows what an AVS is? Okay, that looks like less than 3%. Maybe we should tell people what AVSs are.
So essentially, active validated services, it's abbreviation. In terms, when we say restaking, the assets are not actually restaked again on the validator. They are used as a collateral. What can be an AVS? It can be an oracle. It can be your L2. So essentially, variety of points where additional APR can be sourced. Now, the tricky part is how to make it scalable, because in reality, we have only one AVS live, which is EigenDA, and one restaking protocol that's live, currently generating 0% APR. So that would be one of the things that potentially could be interesting to discuss if anyone wants to pick up.
I would actually like to pick up, because I would like to present how, like the idea I had when I first read about restaking, when I first started reading the EigenLayer white paper, I was like, wow, this is really cool. You have these networks, these L2s, these Oracle networks that are, most of them are based on some kind of, or will be based on some kind of proof of stake consensus. And then they can just borrow security. They don't have to bootstrap their own thing. And then in reality, what is actually happening is that you have some old projects from 2021 that nobody used, and they are looking to pivot to become an AVS because they see they can extract the value from EigenLayer, which is completely the opposite of what I was expecting, and which is why I think it will take time for the value to be created to actually satisfy these, like, what, 15 billion of capital that is supplied. So yeah, I think we still need more time and thinking to make it actually more transparent when it comes to risk and value that users will be getting back.
Yep, slightly to clarify. AVSs need security, so the question is, do you want to run your own nodes and put a price tag on a token that would be deposited on the nodes to secure the network, or you want to borrow the security, which is borrowable, essentially a marketplace called EigenLayer, or in future Nectar or Kerak or multiple other protocols that are going to be deployed. But Brad, you said security, which kind of drives me to the next point. Lending market is where the actual battle between liquid stake tokens and liquid restake tokens is being waged. What makes a better collateral? What are the safety measures? How do you put the safety net for the users? Because users in general don't really care about security until something bad happens.
Yeah, so all these assets are like derivatives, meaning that they're different representations of some underlying asset. So with like staked ETH from Lido, you're getting a derivative of ETH, right? And you're counting on the assurances from the Lido protocol. One reason why restaking is riskier is because now it comes with two security assumptions. So you have to trust EigenLayer, you have to trust the intermediary, which one might be EtherFi or Nectar here, or you have to trust the AVS, which there really aren't AVSs running, but as we said, AVSs are like services that help you to abstract away the need for nodes. So for you developers, when you hear AVS, think of like AWS, right? Like any application needs like 20 backend services from AWS to run. So we're extending the capabilities of blockchain by using AVSs for things that might otherwise be like a pain to do on Ethereum because it's expensive and what have you. So to come full circle, different collaterals come with different forms of risk. This is important because if you're going to use it as collateral, you can get wrecked. And one of the assumptions of using derivatives like STETH is that lending protocols, including Venus and other blue chip ones, make a one-to-one assumption in the price of that derivative. So they're assuming all the time that that STETH is one-to-one to ETH, right? And this is a safe assumption for now. Is it a safe assumption always? We don't know. So Venus is a pioneer in a technology called Resilient Oracle, which eliminates a single point of failure, which most lending protocols have, because everybody relies on Chainlink mostly. But we're the only lending protocol to use a resilient oracle, which gives you 3 levels of safety. So we have a primary oracle, a secondary one, and a third. And each oracle provides a different angle of pricing. So our first one does the one-to-one assumption. If there's a massive depeg event, which we hope and we pray that there won't be, but if it should ever happen and it's sustained, you don't want to assume that there's a one-to-one price between ETH and STETH, right? So this is one differentiator for us. And the other one is that I think we're the only blue chip that has an isolated pool for ETH correlated assets. So there's blue chips that mix all their assets together and they do wallet level segregation. On Venus though, we have a pool just for ETH correlated assets and our philosophy is that gives you more protection from getting liquidated.
One minor comment, we don't call them derivatives because then in terms of compliance they fall in a very specific bucket. For us those are tokens.
They're not derivatives.
Not derivatives.
They're like derivatives, but they're not derivatives, sorry.
Also, just to kind of get a broader understanding, some of the liquid restaking tokens actually have STETH as an underlying asset as well. And other liquid stake tokens. So how would you advise lending markets to approach it since it's a repackaging of assets in terms of risk, obviously?
So one way is to isolate assets of different risk levels. I think there's plenty of room to play for having assets with different dimensions of risk, STETH, EETH, EasyETH, because this lets users choose their own composability adventure. And we should have, in decentralization, we should have a diversification of assets, right? So, yeah, we have collaterals that are isolated in this pool. And I don't know if I got to the crux of your question, Marin, sorry.
So, I mean, you did address it by creating isolation. So, just for the audience, for example, the largest lending market is Aave, and they don't have isolation. So, essentially, the pool of assets is shared. With all the ETH that's on the platform, all the liquid staking tokens and liquid restaking tokens utilize the same pool. So when you loop and do DeFi strategies, you're essentially even limited, but also exposing to risk everyone else who's using the platform. So one of the angles would be to segregate the markets. Marco, to not leave you out, bridging, very important part. Previously, everyone was afraid of bridging. Now it became a standard. But with all the shiny things, there's a huge demand to bridge these liquid restake tokens. And then it snapped. For example, it started with Arbitrum. There's now staking from L2s on L1s, but the protocols itself are on Ethereum. So can you drive us through the process? How does the actual staking from L2s happen? And are there risks involved into this process?
Sure. First of all, it's beautiful to be on a panel and not be the least secure part on the chat. As we're adding layers into the restaking narrative, Croatia is getting actually a lot more secure part of it. So the usual flow, so you have Bedrock with seller IM intermessaging, you have Connects built with Brenzo. Usually how it works is users deposit into Connects. It's usually a representation of XERC20 token, which is basically their cross-chain token standard. They batch the transactions to a bridge to L1, deposit an eigenlayer, and basically bridge the liquid representation of the token to the user on the L2 that he can continue using. Now, how exactly the flow differs if you're using IM or Connects, but that's in general how the flow works. from a risk perspective, it's basically a novel use case. It's not creating new trust assumptions. So the risk is where the risk in bridges is in general. So like liveness with liquidity, meaning that founders of the bridges have to be awake 24/7 to rebalance liquidity. Smart contract risk, but all of that can be mitigated. Like Connect, for example, they're using canonical bridges. So the risk is somewhat minimized as much as possible. So it doesn't seem like a very touchy topic anymore, like it was a year and a half ago or two. I think after $5-6 billion lost in hacks, we've kind of learned how to approach it a bit differently. And so what the nice part of it is actually opening up the UX for a wider audience that's maybe priced out of ETH, mainnet, using it mainly, and creating these more UX-friendly solutions to move your money around. But the risk is somewhat minimal. And one other thing I'd like to touch on is the token standards. So the issuers should this is where the most of the risk lies. So you need the ability to be able to set rate limits, which bridge you're going to put in, how much of the token they're going to be able to issue to mitigate the potential single point of failure. So if you have 5 bridges that can issue your cross-chain token standard, and you limit it to a specific dollar amount or whatever, so you're limiting how much can it actually go wrong.
I actually have a question also for you regarding the same topic. I assume, and I guess all of the solutions for restaking from L2s are working in a way where user has to wait for some time until the thing goes to mainnet and then bridges back the LRT. But since it's all using the same bridge, the contract that mints the new token is the same. Is there more risk if you optimistically mint a token immediately when user deposits ETH on L2 and give it to him? I know there's like a very big downside because you can dilute the APR of everybody because everybody has to wait until the funds get shipped to the mainnet and actually get restaked. Aside of that, is there additional risk?
Yeah, I mean, anything that you add on top is always another trust assumption.
But is it actually something on top? Because you're still using the same bridge. So user just deposits, and then the same bridge just mints the LRT immediately, and then ships the funds to the mainnet.
Yeah, but by using the same bridge, if you're using a canonical bridge, you always have the period of like the 7-day period, right? So if you don't use that, there is a risk somewhere. It can be an LP that's providing the fronting in a way that a cross works, for example. Like they're matching in a PvP manner, basically. So you have these relayers, and they take the risk on themselves. So if something goes wrong, they can dispute the transaction, but they're taking over the risk. They front the liquidity, user gets their money, and the risk for a few days it's on them, will the money arrive. But
yeah. If you're using canonical bridge, you cannot even do that because canonical bridge will only mint a token once it gets locked on mainnet. But if you're using something else, then they can just say, well, when the deposit happens on L2, I'm going to mint it immediately.
Yeah, and then it's a risk of that bridge getting hacked and having a multi-chain scenario in the restaking part.
So without super diving deep into the tech itself, not sure how many of the audience is on the engineering side. Let's dive into what drives the users, because no tech has any value if no one's using it. We've seen Blast giving us points, Eigenlayer expanding them across the universe, or cryptoverse, so to speak. How do you, Jorge, see Nectar addressing this? Because it's not the first protocol to launch, so you're essentially forced to replicate these models to drive users. What's your opinion on the points itself to begin with?
Well, trying to escape the points narrative, we renamed them drops. So it's not as, well, because we've seen a kind of point fatigue after all these months of points accruing. And you have to listen to the community. So far, I think it's still a thing. The market follows metas, like in any other thing in the world. I think points are still the way to go until the next thing comes up. We had to adopt them. There was no other way. And so far, it's, in my opinion, the best go-to-market strategy. It's easier to manage expectations. I would say it doesn't create the same expectation than it would just rewarding people with straight-up tokens. But I would lie, because even if you give people rocks, they would think that those rocks are going to be something in the future. So they are going to get their expectation size anyway. So I think it's a very social, tough topic, points. But yeah, I think it's still the thing.
How do you tackle it? Like, you're in a similar position like Jakov there. How do you tackle it? How do you drive users after this all happened and like you weren't there in the beginning?
You mean once points are done?
Yeah.
With restaking in general?
Anything. I mean, from the lending market perspective, very curious because the points, as Jorge said, set some expectations. But since the tokens are already there.
Yeah, I mean, look, points are nothing new, right? If anybody has like American Express or credit cards, people have been rewarding with points, and it's an abstraction layer for creating more granular incentives and alignment with behaviors. So points kind of, they solve a problem. I don't think they're going anywhere. They're so new. Points have been around for like just a few months, right? So points are interesting. I like anything that supports product market fit. This certainly seems to have its own. But you ask a really important question, like, okay, after points, then what? And the same question applies to token emissions. Like, if you're launching a DeFi project, how are you going to bring people to your app? You're going to emit your token, right? And you're going to hope that people see value in that. The problem is that the token emissions eventually ran out. And that's problematic, especially for DeFi protocols and like lending, where you're trying to attract people with APY and attract people with a yield. So what do? At Venus, we designed something called Venus Prime, which instead of giving emissions to everybody for participating, it only gives people emissions to people who are helping secure the protocol. So maybe kind of like restaking and AVSs. So the way this works is you stake our governance token for at least 90 days. That unlocks boosted revenue wherever you're supplying. So instead of getting like 5% on ETH, you'll get 10%. And that's very potent, and that's kind of one of the business models we're trying to solve for sustainability and growth over the long term.
Yeah, continuation on what Brad said, points work. We know that for like decades. They're just built poorly and designed poorly in Web3. They're a less legal overhead method of navigating the users into the actions you want them to do. The problem is they're built very short-sighted. They're built for the TG in most cases, versus thinking about it as another protocol that you use later on in governance, in voting, in like different models that kind of level out the voting power, for example, down the line. So something we've been doing at Jumper, we use points, of course, we call it loyalty pass. And what it allows us to do is, for example, when we run ecosystem campaigns, like user activation campaigns on new chains we support, we skew the possibility of a win to a person who has more points. So the more points you have, the more raffle tickets you're getting, for example, right? And so there's an incentive for you not just to participate in the campaign, but there's also an incentive for you to just use the protocols, because you're going to get, a similar rate in an X protocol of a competitor, but here you're getting these points that help you kind of get more in rewards down the line. But after a potential token, all of the system can still stay as this like governance foundation in a way. So I think there's a lot to be done there. As Brad said, it's super early, and I think like people are just...
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm repeating it. So we're gonna need a few more iterations, but there's a few protocols that are doing it nice, like Jumper, for example.
Can we expect loyalty shops? Like while talking, you reminded me of Air Miles and like Lufthansa shop.
Yeah, so we actually have already like ecosystem of benefits. So I'll give you an example. So next week we're going to launch a campaign with Gnosis Pay where different tiers are going to get different discounts on ordering a card. Or we have some protocols that are offering fee discounts on using their protocols based on what tier level you are. So the idea is to create this ecosystem of projects that we navigate the users to use, but because they're using all of them, it's kind of like, they get more benefits by growing points, they get more points, get more benefits type of thing.
So in your opinion, like question for everyone, I guess, points are here to stay or not?
Yes.
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 We're so early.
My favorite quote from Dubai. Jakov, your opinion on points from a perspective of a very big protocol that cannot move with such rapid pace and adopt every market shift?
Well, when it comes to a very big protocol that cannot do that, I think what's really important is to rely as much as possible on the integrations that are already there, that provide utility and attract the user base that's there not just because of points or future airdrops, but because of the value that is created. And then, since there's a bunch of new protocols appearing, launching, that can provide even more value to the same protocol, in this case staked ETH or Lido staked ETH, then it obviously makes sense to collaborate with these protocols and then combine the value of the underlying protocol that is too slow to, or like just doesn't have or doesn't need this points narrative, but can use other protocols' points to boost the common business strategy.
Thank you. Non-scripted questions, so don't blame them. So we spoke a lot about the security and risks, but we didn't mention that current only restaking protocol is based on multi-sigs, which are anonymous, right? The signers are anonymous. Do speakers here think EigenLayer is there to stay, winner takes it all, or there's a potential on the market to disrupt because they had a hyper growth and instant success?
Because they had what?
They had a hyper growth and an instant success from the get-go.
I think winner take all in our industry is dangerous. Like, we don't want to see any winner take all, right? So I'm all for competitors to EigenLayer, which is the AWS of becoming the AWS of DeFi. Is it proven out? We don't know, because there's not these AVSs. They don't exist yet. It's like saying, will AWS prevail, but it offers like nothing yet. So time will tell, but I think in general it's an exciting area for innovation and continuing the incredible growth of DeFi. It's the fastest growing narrative in the history of crypto. I saw like most of you didn't have hands up when we asked about AVSs. This is like where all the action is right now, so it's definitely worth paying attention to.
For me, this sounds very much like which L2 will win it all, or which bridge will win it all, or which messaging protocol will win it all. And so looking back, it doesn't seem likely, because some will specialize for different things, the ecosystem will grow, and in general creating a dependency like that, it's like, even from a perspective like ETH being the main settlement layer is a very big risk in the industry, right? So I think we're not in a winner-takes-all situation, but EigenLayer might not be even the biggest one in 2-3 years.
Yeah, I think restaking is here to stay, and I think the network effect of EigenLayer is huge. It's going to be very difficult to disrupt their leadership in the restaking space, even if they are not like the most technically advanced restaking protocol in the end. But I think it's too early. I think there's still room for a lot of players on the restaking ecosystem. So yeah, I don't think them being this huge at this moment is going to be a problem in the mid-long term.
I think EigenLayer might have some advantages of potentially being more Ethereum aligned than others, but then like competitors obviously have to risk even more, and I think provide more features to the users to catch up, to compete. They don't have a first mover's advantage. So it always is a risky thing to do, but I think it's a must. So we'll see.
Thank you, everyone. Apparently our time is up, so we are thrilled to talk more about restaking, and you can catch us around the venue. Thank you.
We were born to fly, so let's keep living till it all falls down. Let's close our eyes and let the moment drown the whole world out. We're in this together. Hear our hearts beat together. We stand strong together. We're in this forever.
Awesome. My name is Amy Waliszewska. I'm a DevRel at Concordium. I tend to speak very fast, so don't be scared of like showing me or throwing something at me, if you can understand me. But yeah, welcome to the presentation. Today we're going to talk about consensus mechanism and how it works in Concordium. I actually was for the first time in Croatia 10 years ago as a young and careless student. We were going with like a bunch of friends, or like actually people I barely knew by then, but with 9 people in a bus. We were going through Balkans. And it was quite exciting, but it has a lot of issues when you organize stuff like that. It's who's going to drive? Where are we going to sleep? Are we okay to be there? Because it's illegal actually in Croatia to sleep on the beach. So, not even mentioning that I actually smuggled a cat from Montenegro, and, well, my friends had to agree to it. So that's why I put a subtitle to this presentation, because I'm going to speak quite a lot of this trip, because I think it explains well the consensus mechanism, when you have 9 strangers to have to agree on something, and that's exactly how it really works there. Actually, I just wanted to check something on mine, because like I was very surprised to coming to Croatia after the 10 years, especially with your drink, PP, which is sponsor of this event. I'm from Poland, but I live in Scandinavia. We have different PP over there. But, well, didn't know that Fantan is a rebrand for adults, but, well, I guess one is appropriating a Swedish cultural icon, and another is supporting genocide, so I guess I still choose PP over it. But yeah, with that, let's talk about the consensus, if I made some of you uncomfortable by now. So with the consensus mechanism, it's exactly like this road trip. Like, we have to make a lot of choices. Are we going to use the bedroom? Where are we going to sleep? Is our car going to actually make it also up when we went down the hill? Spoiler alert, it's not always did. It was kind of hard. It was old car. We didn't have much money. We were on a budget. We were students, OK? Also, we had to decide if we're going to actually take a bath in a car station or actually at some actual bathroom or just go to the car wash, which ones we actually did. Yeah, not the greatest time of my life, but it happened. So, with all that in mind, blockchains, the nodes vote on their next block or transaction. And the traditional methods like proof of stake or proof of work usually work on the level that like proof of work, we're just like wrestling, who has the strongest like power wins, and if the proof of stake, it's more like a popularity contest. So the more influence you have, the better like you're working on the consensus, which leads to centralization. So with that in mind, what Concordium has to do with all of that? So with Concordium, we are using the Concordium BFT, like revamped version of that, which is the Byzantine fault tolerance. And it's consensus mechanism made to be secured, and even if some parts of the transaction, like or some nodes behave maliciously or fail, still the majority can overcome it, and we can have a secure consensus. So let's imagine my back doesn't hurt, and I'm not in my 30s like now, so I don't need a good hotel. I can still sleep in a tent. And I'm redoing this trip all over again. But not all my friends are reliable, okay? We all have those like friends that just bring havoc to the party. They're super fun, but they're probably gonna be late, and they're gonna have a beer before it's their turn to drive a car. So with that in mind, using the Concordium BFT, we can actually secure a decision, even if we can rely on all the nodes. And then the majority part of it can overcome that part. So BFT ensures that as long as we have the majority, that it's trustworthy, the group can still make a good decision. And with the difference between, like, what's the difference between Concordium BFT and traditional BFT? It's mostly on the phases. In traditional BFT, we have three phases, consensus, while in Concordium we have two. So we can make it more reliable, more secure, efficient, like speeding up the process. So what would like under the hood with that? The new version of the BFT that Concordium provides must suppose like work faster and smoother. So it's like updating, I guess, from a paper map that we were using, although when I was there, we still had GPS, but just one of the drivers really refused to use it, so we were lost most of the time. So yeah, it's like a upgrade to GPS. We are using runs instead of time slots, which allows us to be more flexible. We are not like run by like, oh, this is our schedule. We can have like more flexible decisions and like decide in each stop like what's working best for us based on the traffic conditions, and not like be on like, oh, we are not taking a bus on a fixed schedule. We have our own bus with us. I hope it makes sense, and I hope don't speak too fast. So yeah, good for me. Let's try more. We also have the quorum and timeout certificate. So again, if some friends are late or cannot decide, you have those like very undecided friends, we can still, based on the majority agreement, make the next decision on our trip. And at the end, we have also the transaction confirmation of the consensus, which makes sure that like we have instant feedback of what is happening. And the benefits for the developer like point of view, it's for sure the security. We can also, especially that with Concordium, we have built-in identity layer that allows us to provide information without necessarily relieving them to the parties that are not supposed to see them. So let's say we want a party that everyone is 18 years old, because we're going to have beers in the trunk. And we don't want to ask every one of us, but with Concordium, we can actually retrieve if everyone is 18 without retrieving who is not or any other information about them. The faster transactions. So checking to the two phases, the user can avoid the queues and get like the quick confirmation of what's going on. And then we have also the scalability. As the user base grow, the network can handle more transactions without slowing it down. So yeah, like I guess taking a highway over like a back road because it was cheaper. In real life, we can use a few like real-world application examples. So in financial services, we could have like transfer the money instantly. You're probably mostly aware of that way of working. So we don't have to wait for an hours with Concordium BFT. That's like the real power that the BFT in action has. The supply chain management, so with delivery, for example, we can ensure where the package is, where it's supposed to be, and when it's going to get to the recipient. And for example, in healthcare, we can get to the patient's data without relieving all of these patients. We can have better patients, like security of their data. So it's like a vault with multiple security checkouts that will allow you to get only the right information. So this is very like a dummy act, and I know because like I just realized that I spoke very fast, and we have lots of time in coming. But that's like a very cute, like short sneak peek about what Concordium BFT consensus is. And with that in mind, I invite you to join me in an hour for a workshop where I'm going to speak more about the smart contract. It's also very dummy-proof, no prior experience required. So if you're like a good developer, like probably avoid it because it's going to be very, very basic. It's going to be like explaining the core of what smart contract is, and we're going to like set up an environment. But other than that, we're going to speak about like cool stuff that we have on Concordium, like Academy, which is educational tool, but also a tool that can allow you to like master your skills and even win rewards for our most advanced challenge that we have on the website. We offer up to $3,000 worth of CCDs, which is the coin that is used on Concordium to fire transactions. So I think it's worth a shot and look, at least for the reward. Other than that, we also have certificates, but more on the Concordium Academy. It's going to be on this workshop, so I am very much inviting you to join me there. And yeah, so far, thank you for your time. You can scan this QR code. It's going to go to my virtual ID that you can connect with me, but also see more information about Concordium. There's also a link to the Concordium Academy, to the white paper. You can read much more information about the consensus mechanism that we are working on. And with that in mind, thank you so much. If there are any questions on the way, I will try my best to answer, although I'm super stressed, so please don't be terrible to me.
It's not really a question. I'm just wondering, like, is the workshop in some other room or? Like,
yes, in the smart space, just like outside and nearby, like the sofas that are outside. There's this small co-working area, I guess.
Oh, right.
So yeah, not in this building, but like the building, not the next door, but the next after that.
Right. Okay.
Anyone else? Like, it's fun if you're hungover, if you don't want to. Like, I could take a rest between that too, but go ahead if you have. No? Then cool. Thank you so much for listening tonight. And yeah, have a good rest of the BlockSplit event, and see you on the other panels, talks, and workshops. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tim Harris, CEO of Koopy.
Hello. I'm a musician. Sorry. Hello. I am Nicholas Hrboka, aka Boca, CTO of Koopy.
Yeah, we were going to have Dom McCroy on stage, who's a CEO from GD Entertainment. Unfortunately, he has a private emergency in the family, so he's have to fly back to Zagreb. We will do a short introduction of GD Entertainment and then continue with the rest of our presentation. Yep. GD Entertainment is a software studio in Zagreb, 30 employees, traditional Web 2 gaming company. And the fun factor for them is very important. So everyone in their company has a gaming background, gaming enthusiasts. They focus very heavily on entertainment side of things. And when they were interested in bringing gaming and crypto together, they did a long stint of 2 years of research trying to find out what the advantages were of crypto, how they can blend it into their users, and how not to make the mistake of a lot of different crypto games that have been out there. And that's basically when we came in. So Koopy is a company founded to bridge Web 2 to Web 3 transition. We actually focus on the B2B end, figure out what it is a company wants to do, and make sure that, we find whatever possible common things we can find together in the crypto market, which crypto, as we all know, it is a little bit like the Wild West. So, very commonly known that the Wild West has a lot of gold seekers. A lot of people are in there for the opportunity to look for fame and fortune. A lot of day traders. Obviously, in the last 2 years, that's been a bear market, so that enthusiasm has been a bit lower. And we look at it completely differently. So we look at the crypto market as being great, lots of gold seekers, and we wanted to focus on everything around it. So if there's people looking for gold, if there's shovels to be supplied to the market, then we'll supply shovels. If we want to have transport, there will be a need for transportation. So from our angle, we're looking at supplying all of the basically accessories, facilities, services around the market to make sure that it works. Collaboration is of course, very big, important thing in crypto. I myself have a background in hardware, and where you see traditionally the hardware market and servers, for example, was very focused on keeping everything in-house. You saw a shift towards cloud, where collaboration became a far bigger part of having open source, even saw making IBM a big shift towards open source, more and more. And crypto is like the next step on it. It's basically impossible to do a successful crypto project working solely on a project. It's a lot more about who do you work with, how do you find the match, and so on. So partnerships are very much like dating. It's very much about finding your commonalities, finding how you can blend your interests with the interests of audiences. So if we look at what we did with Strike Protocol, is they had a very strong focus and audience on gaming. And the general idea was, okay, how can we bring gaming and crypto and investment together? And it was basically sitting with a team on a couple of different meetings, figuring out, okay, which common interests do we have? Where are the alliances to be found? How do we match it? Basically like a dating site service. And figuring out, okay, we have gamers that are interested in crypto, we have crypto people that are interested in gaming. Now, right now, this market is in a big transition, and it's a question of finding what you want. Investors are very happy to invest in Web3 because we all know the coming, let's say, 10 years are going to be a period where there's a lot to be found. Gamers, however, not super enthusiastic about crypto, crypto people not super enthusiastic about gaming. So it comes down to bridging the gap. Basically, like any bridge, there's this transitional phase. If you look at how Web 2 transitioned into, Web 1 transitioned into Web 2, you will see that the first things that started happening on gaming there was the free-to-play element. Now, back then, free-to-play was considered idiotic. No one's ever going to want to do it. How on earth are you going to make money? And that entire model has actually proven extremely valuable because it's accepted by millions of players around the world. And the same case here, it's a question of, all right, you have the traditional distributors of games that are seeing crypto as kind of the enemy because they're taking away the fiat money stream, which they don't want to give up. On the other hand, they want to utilize it as well. So from our end, it's all about utility, adding utility, creating value, bringing value to two sides on the bridge. And Boca is going to give a really interesting speech on the utility side.
Right now?
If
You're going to put me on the spot right now?
I can do my
You have like another minute.
I can do my Tim the Toolman impression. It's like, "Arr, arr, arr."
I should have cut you off.
Yeah, I know.
All right, here you go. So, hi, once again, Boca, CTO. Are there a lot of devs by any chance here? Techie guys, maybe? I like to talk a little bit more about the tech. We're going to be talking utility first with Kupi, and then I'm going to kind of get into how we're bridging that utility to help Strike Protocol and work with GDE and so forth. So the first thing I want to mention is utilities. So crypto is a really weird space. I like to look at this house as a good example. So housing back in the day didn't have electricity, Wi-Fi, etc., running water systems. Those are utilities. Utilities in the same sense that we have utilities on-chain for tokens and other kinds of projects, etc. Now, when electricity came out, when Wi-Fi came out, you know, you can add it to your house. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But what if your house was a smart contract? What if it was a token? What if you had released it a couple years ago and you thought this is as good as it gets? And then next thing you know, electricity comes out. Electricity is really nice to have, but at the time, no one cared because it didn't exist. So the problem lies in the immutability. So immutable versus scale is one of my favorite topics. I almost did a whole presentation just on that separately, but
I took it out.
I gotta, he brought me back to earth a little bit. So the big thing is immutability. Immutability is what we love about the blockchain. It's what makes the blockchain blockchain. You cannot change the data. It is there. You can trust it. It's essentially trustless. Now, that doesn't work very well with scaling, like with modern companies, web apps, and other stuff. Because when they scale, they build stuff that could be changed, that they can fix, and etc. So, how do we solve something like this? The first thing I'm going to talk about is RevShare. Now, RevShare is one of our first utilities that we're releasing onto the market, and it is essentially a win-win. Why is it a win-win? I didn't memorize my bullet points. But essentially with RevShare, we've built a utility that can be added on to any project, any token, deployed or not. And I'll get that a little more. But first, let's talk about what is RevShare. Revenue sharing is basically the idea that you can share your revenue with your holders, the people in your project, your investors, so forth. As Tim will love to put it, it's the staking killer.
Yep.
So,
well, the basic concept is if you look at staking over the last 2 to 3 years, the initial concept of staking, of course, was super. You know, you ask investors to buy into a product, to look up their tokens, and that is considered loyalty. The big problem with that is that it only captures the loyalty of your high-risk profiles, which are, let's say, 20 to 40% maximum, and you ignore 60% of your audience.
And risk. I was in a talk earlier, actually, and they were talking about staking, and they mentioned, minimal risk, how to minimize risk. Well, why do you need risk?
Exactly.
So that's kind of our thing. Now, how we're building that is we're building it so that it's completely flexible. So you can have a token like that house that was around before electricity, and essentially, with our utilities, add electricity. You can have a renounced contract, a renounced token. And in DeFi, if you've ever aped into any project, went to Telegram, the first thing they ask is when renounced.
When marketing.
That too, when Moon, when Lambo, whatever.
Yeah.
It's a big thing. They want it to be completely trustless. They want you to have no control over your project. They don't like upgradable smart contracts. They don't want anything that you can use to scale and build for the future. So we offer solutions where you can actually have a renounced contract and you can still add utility. You can have a token from 4 years ago and still add something new. And that's nice. Go ahead. Boom. Epic handshake. So with Strike Protocol and GDE, one of our solutions with using this rev share, not as a traditional, competitor to staking, is the idea that they have a free-to-play game, which is going to generate a lot of fiat revenue. And one of the ways that we're able to build value for our investor market is that, with rev share, we can actually share that profit off-chain with our investors.
On-chain.
Yeah, thanks. Stealing my thunder.
Yeah, so what we're doing is there is a fiat stream coming in, and we're making sure that the fiat stream is divided amongst loyal holders, and the holders are not required to lock. So grabbing the entire audience, you have 100% retention to any loyal investor, and therefore rewarding good behavior instead of punishing bad behavior.
Exactly. And how are we doing that, Tim?
Koopy magic.
Koopy magic. That's his term. I'm growing. It's growing on me. So, yeah, we're going to be building within the near future a lot more utilities, a lot more tools using this system we're calling Koopy Magic. And with that in mind, it's just flexibility. It's stuff that can scale while your project is still trustless, no risk. And that's the basic idea. Next slide. This is the kind of sum it all up slide. So basically, like I was saying before, what we did is we provided a Web2 company like GD Entertainment that works in the gaming sector, and we were able to kind of find custom solutions to bridge their needs with on-chain utilities and just the benefits of using crypto.
Correct. So currently that market is transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3. It's a long process, and we're making sure that we're able to adapt. So right now we're talking to the distributors in the market who are very scared of losing their fiat stream. You have the situation with Apple, where the coming few months there's going to be the outcome of a couple of lawsuits in EU and in the States, which the entire market is waiting for, and meanwhile this model is just simply able to adapt. So by focusing on the loyalty element of the investor backing and providing a service that actually lets them choose whenever they want to make any actions, but reward them for when they are holding and being loyal, it gives this extra locking.
Exactly. Adapt, adapt, adapt. I almost wanted to make a slide actually that just said the word adapt. Right. Because even for situations like this, everything, the Web 2 sector, how they view crypto, how this happens, it changes every week. You can ask the same company one thing, and then next week they'll say something completely different. We don't like it. We love it. We hate it. We love it. Please give us more. It changes all the time. So that's part of what Kupi is adding and doing with GD Entertainment as an example, is we're creating ways for them to adapt to succeed in a market that changes every hour. Not even second, even. Nanosecond? Yeah. I think I said my piece.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that covers everything. Is there anything else you wanted to cover? Cool. So, any questions? I think is this question time? I just made you guys get up. Yeah. If not, you will very easily find us. We are here. I am extremely tall. You can spot me out of any audience, any crowd, even when sitting. You'd be surprised. You can still see my head. So yeah, if you guys ever want to talk, feel free.
Yep.
I did want to touch a little bit on the Croatian part.
Oh yeah. Right.
We are in Split.
Correct.
We live in and around Zagreb. Actually, GD is a Croatian company as well. We're all locals, and we really believe in the idea that building local is very beneficial to not just us, but the community around us as well. And that's why I love the stuff that BlockSplit is doing. I've been here for a couple of years myself. Ubik, those guys, we've met with them a few times. Just love the general idea, and I just think it's really cool.
Yeah, I agree. That was one of the advantages here because we're all based more or less around Zagreb. So also the finance provider we have is Zagreb based. The studio is nearby. We're able to go in, which helped a lot with, for example, talking to VCs or influencers around the globe that we could say, all right, we understand your feedback. We'll be in the office on Monday, which is something they were very happy to hear of as well. So that definitely helps a lot. Having a partner like Electrocoin on the project meant that we brought in Croatian finance to a global stage as well. Yeah, that for us was great because you get a lot of support. We have media coverage lined up for when the game comes out, for example, which will be in a couple of weeks. We've made sure that a lot of testing base is done locally outside of the company as well. And obviously supplementing on top of that.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. That's great. And if you need to contact us, so again, boca@kupi.com. Did you have a question? Yeah, of course.
They don't.
This is the adapting part.
No, initially we took, so the game design definitely has a lot of crypto elements. Because, you could think in terms of NFTs, for example. The problem is that the gaming distributors do not like this model because they're afraid that the finance element is taken out from their hands. So right now we've kept a lot of crypto-ish elements inside the game, and within any time span, let's say 1 to 3 years, if the industry evolves further from Web 2 to Web 3, which gaming will at some point, then we were able to make the transition and the switch because that's already baked into a lot of the back code. Right now, the distributors are very resistant based on the last 2 years of the market with crypto games. Crypto games have been very much built on Ponzi-nomics, which eventually fall over. And they're protective of their fiat stream. So from a user perspective, we do have a financial play-to-earn model where they can take it out into crypto. But right now, we're refusing the connection to get into crypto, using crypto to get into the game. So that element has been kept, which kind of pleases the gamers that they do have this option of taking it out towards crypto. Yeah, it's
a very delicate balance.
Yeah,
that's the adapt.
Yeah,
and find me next year. I'll have a whole presentation on all the stuff I want to say about that.
Yeah.
Should the market be cool with that? But yeah.
Yeah.
Good question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions,
cool.
guys?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, we are Kupi, GD Entertainment, Strike Protocol. Thank you.
Girl, I got you so
in the development of our industry. So I was always a true believer that crypto is not a revolution at all. It's just a logical evolutionary step in the development of the industry in general. Industry, including financial industry, including many other industries who can utilize blockchain technology. So yeah, crypto is not a revolution, it's evolution. My name is Ilya Volkov. I'm a board member of the Crypto Valley Association in Switzerland, and I'm CEO of uHodler, which is a fintech company which is bridging basically crypto and fiat and bridging different kind of crypto to fiat products, including lending, trading, payments, whatever. So I had some, hard times thinking about the audience here because it's clear that we have a few bankers here. And we have a lot of people working in different segments of the industry. So, and I would say that my mission here is actually very simple. So for bankers, I'm here to help them to properly utilize this technology. And for technology companies, to help them with banking relationships, because basically blockchain business, any kind of blockchain business, cannot be banking agnostic, right? So again, my mission here is to support on both sides. For traditional, maybe sometimes boring banking guys, and on the other side to support brave crypto enthusiasts. So now let's speak about real content and the real values behind. So I really like this slide. This is like a innovation continuum. So any kind of innovations that were invented by humans went through this cycle. So originally, everything was impossible, then impractical, then possible, then expected, and then required. So let's take, for example, mobile phones, right? In the beginning, and it was like, when, 30 years ago? 35 maybe, it was totally impossible even to imagine that we all will have something in the pocket where we will have everything, right? Then they became impractical, batteries were heavy, coverage was not that good, and all that stuff. Then it became possible, and then after that, thanks to companies like Nokia or Motorola, it became expected, and now it's absolutely required. Or let's take contactless payments, right? So even like a couple of years ago, it was something creepy, maybe, right? So, but now, if you as a bank or if you are like financial institution with focus on retail customers, you're already required by your customers to have contactless payments, right? So, and I think the key question is where the crypto industry is now. I'm sure 100% that it's already on the stage of expected. So customers of any financial institutions and customers of traditional banks already expecting them, I mean traditional banks, to provide customers, people like us, with the crypto services. And tomorrow it will be absolutely required. So I believe that this is like a fact, and I can even prove it with some following slides. So, but firstly, let's maybe briefly speak about the definitions, what Web3 bank is. So basically, Web3 bank is a financial institution that respects both traditional financial instruments and crypto. So that has all kinds of currencies on its wallets, whenever it be euro, dollar, Swiss franc, British pound, whatever, peso, together with stable coins, together with bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies. So it's a financial institution that has, again, all kinds of investment solutions, including, let's say, staking from crypto side and, let's say, traditional bonds from the fiat side. And of course, it's a financial institution that supports 360 degrees payment options. I already mentioned contactless payments. Nowadays, like stablecoin payments are already something common for companies who are doing, let's say, cross-border operations, right? So this is Web3 Bank. And this industry already exists. So this is the picture from our recent Web3 Banking Symposium in Geneva, organized by Crypto Valley Association. So you see, it looks like United Nations meeting, right? So it was an amazing event where we got all kinds of banks, from state-owned big banks like giants to some privately owned banks, some fintech companies, technology providers. So the industry already exists, and it's going very fast forward. So just actually a few minutes ago here, I got a question on the street from one of the guests here. She asked me, what do I think about the market in Croatia? So, and I said basically that you're lucky, because you are still not there as a market. I mean, your banks here in Croatia do not support crypto yet. So, but they don't need to invent anything, because they can simply join others. They can join banks from Switzerland, they can join banks from other countries who already did some steps, right? So this industry already exists, and for, again, countries, markets like Croatia, good news is that it's just around the corner. They just need to learn from others, and it will be implemented very, very shortly. So, this slide, actually, I borrowed from one of the cantonal banks in Switzerland. So can you imagine a bank with 200 years of history offering crypto to their customers? So, and the guy wearing like a black suit, traditional banker, of course not 200 years old banker, but working for a bank with a long history, he presented in a very easy way the reasoning why they decided to introduce crypto to their customers. So they said that, look, we have two groups of customers. We have our traditional customers, wealthy and reliability conscious. Usually they are like senior, sometimes elderly people. So, and they are already requiring bank to provide them with additional instruments to diversify their portfolio. And basically the banker said that if we will not do that, we will lose them. So they will go and work with crypto banks. They will go and work with any other kind of financial institutions, even maybe unregulated financial institutions. So we don't want to lose them. That's why we decided to offer this from inside the bank. And the second audience is young and wild customers, customers who look for speculation or game nature of crypto and take the first steps on the financial markets. And he stated that if we will not offer this now to the young generation, our bank will be dead in a few years. Maybe in a decade it will be dead. So that's why he said we made a clear decision to introduce crypto to our customers, and we're happy. So this is the perfect explanation. And actually, I'm using this slide with our marketing team, pushing them to use this kind of structure to create even our marketing campaigns. So another illustration, this is the odds of Post-Finance or Post-Finance, actually one of the biggest retail banks in Switzerland. They introduced crypto to millions of their customers, right? And they are promoting it using even traditional channels like outdoors, right? And actually, if you do not read in German, it says that this is for someone who are usually late, right? So great illustration of what is happening on the market. By the way, I heard again something today about Post Bank in Croatia. So I can bet that they will do the same pretty much soon. I know that as of now they are still conservative, they are maybe still hesitating, but very soon they will do the same. We don't have Nikola here from Electrocoin, but I made a bet at Money Motion in Zagreb months ago that even conservative banks like Zagrebačka Banka will have crypto on their product offering in 2 years. So I made a bet with 2 years. We had other bets there, so I'm saying this publicly just to keep some record. So 2 years. Now, another example. So actually here you can see some big brands like Post-Finance, I already mentioned. So some cantonal banks from Switzerland, Raiffeisen Bank, Austria, some big guys like Societe Generale or even UBS. So they're all doing this now. And actually the good news that they're all doing this not like trying to invent something from scratch or reinvent even something. They're collaborating with crypto native companies. Like Post-Finance is partnering with Signum, actually their first crypto bank in Switzerland. St. Galler Cantonal Bank, as well as Zuger and Luzerner Cantonal banks, using technologies from Seba or Amina, they rebranded recently. Raiffeisen Bank partnered with Bitpanda in Austria. Societe Generale is using their partnership and technologies from Metaco, right? So a lot of things happening, and basically in every single case, traditional bankers are doing some smart moves by using technologies that are already created by crypto native companies. So now, again, if you are a banker, so in order to start your crypto business, you have to collect this puzzle with five elements, right? So you need to find some solution for blockchain infrastructure to manage the custody, to have a system of hot, warm, cold wallets, support different networks, to manage balancing between different networks. If you'd like to work with tokenized assets, you have to use some solutions for managing smart contracts. So, of course, you need to be connected to liquidity providers. Of course, you have to be very, very active with finding the best possible cybersecurity solutions, because crypto never sleeps, as you know. So 365 days a year, 24/7, not like fiat, not like bonds or stocks. So cybersecurity matters. Of course, regulatory compliance and accounting, and of course, KYC and ML compliance. So as soon as traditional financial institution finds a way how to collect this puzzle with all these 5 elements, everything is fine, right? So, and the good news that there is no need to do it from scratch, right? So because everything and every single piece from the previous slide already available in the form of ready-to-use products from crypto-native companies. So here I tried to present some kind of Web3 banking landscape with several layers. So at the bottom, of course, as always, it's all about regulation and compliance. There are companies who are helping and who provide already like some kind of packages how to introduce crypto solutions for traditional banks, like PwC. They know how to do it in different countries, right? The second layer is technology providers. So I mentioned cybersecurity, I mentioned KYC, AML compliance, I mentioned infrastructure on the previous slide. So if you'd like to get infrastructure in custody, you can go to Metaco, Ripple, right, or Ledger, or Telos. If you'd like to find some good solution for KYC and AML, SumSub and some other companies as well. Elliptic for screening and analyzing blockchain in terms of potential illicit activities, potential fraud. So again, this layer is about technology provider, and there are many of them already. So in the center, we have a number of fintech companies and exchanges. So companies who already spent years developing their retail product offering, companies who are the most agile, who can create and who create actually white label solutions that can be used like a plug and play, right? So on purpose, I included here Electrocoin. So, you know, Electrocoin, Croatian company, I believe they can be a good example of someone who can support traditional financial institutions with the implementation of crypto offerings. So, and yeah, my company is also there at this layer, uHodler. So next layer is digital asset banks. So luckily in Switzerland we have fully crypto-native banks such as Signum and Amina. And on top, of course, we already have a number of traditional banks. And as I already said, in this line, I believe pretty much soon, in a few years, we will have Croatian banks as well. So, and again, the point is that there is no need to reinvent the wheel. Everything is available in the market. We can go and take ready-to-use solutions. So maybe to illustrate it further, we've been working on creation of retail products for just middle-class audience in Europe, and not only since 2017. So we created a number of products like exchange, wallet with integrated exchange, lending solutions, trading solutions, and now we are providing traditional financial institutions with, again, ready-to-use white label plug-and-play features. So we even created special feature called Crypto Conto, so new revenue stream for free for traditional banks. So, yeah, like this. So, again, coming back to the point about the audience here, if a bank doesn't want to offer crypto to retail customers, that's fine, because we as a crypto-native companies still need banks who are servicing us, right? And I'm very happy actually to see here Marke Baumann with their new brand, specially created for companies like us, companies like presented here, right? So that's good. So some banks can offer crypto to their retail customers, or some banks can target B2B audience who are actively working in this space. And again, I'm very happy to see you guys here. And I like your hats. So, so again, there are two forces of evolution. So on one side, there are no any other way for banks other than joining the space, and actually they need support from us, from technology providers, from layer one blockchains, from crypto payment solutions, from different kinds. So we have different segments within the industry, right? And on the other side, crypto companies cannot be banking agnostic. Even if you're a developer of, I don't know, some staking protocol on layer 5, right? You still need euros, you still need dollars, because without connections to euros and dollars, it doesn't make any sense, basically. Because again, crypto is not a revolution, it's evolution. So we should work with both sides. So yeah, I still have a few minutes for questions, if you have. Yeah, please.
You just mentioned staking.
Yep.
And it's nice to hear acknowledgement of like a decentralized finance type offering. I noticed that in your slide where you unpacked the Web3 landscape, I'm not sure I saw any DeFi projects. Maybe that was unintentional, or I
That's a good point. I think for the next time I will add another layer there, because I was thinking that like companies again like us should take care of this part. So we aggregate blockchain technology inside our product offering, and we make this bridge to traditional bank. But you're right. So we can even make like a direct connection. In ideal world, I think we will see banking applications pretty much soon, where customer will be able to choose like to buy bonds or like Apple stocks, or to buy and hold Bitcoin, or to stake ETH in one single application. So basically, we're already doing that on our side. So if you go to our application, you will see multiple options. Unfortunately, we are not a bank. That's why we cannot offer like traditional investment opportunities, but for our customers. But we create, and you're right. Thank you for the tip. I will add it to this landscape. Okay, so guys, I think it's very important actually to keep pushing this topic, because honestly, I'm personally a bit tired of all these banking discussions, because since the beginning of the crypto market, it was always like a big topic, like banks are so boring, they are so conservative, it's not easy to open a bank account, and all those kind of things on one side. On the other side, banks are coming saying like, we would love to offer crypto to our customers, but it's so risky, cybersecurity is like a nightmare. So I think we should just stop it now. We should just work together, and yeah, I can just again repeat my bet. Even some very conservative banks will have it very soon on their applications. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Karina. I also go by Xerox Karina or Cory.eve. That's my ENS name. And today I'm going to talk to you about branding or how to build your brand. A little bit about me. I have been working in marketing and growth roles for over 6 years. I've been in DeFi or /Web3 for the last 3.5 years. I'm a big enthusiast of psychology. I'm also a growth consultant, so I help startups with their growth strategy. The founder of Beehive Consulting and previously worked at MakerDAO and The Defiant as the head of growth. Also, I am a mentor at Ecolance and the Hypernest DeFi Accelerator. By the way, you can connect with me here directly. If you take any pictures, please feel free to tag me in them in all of your posts. I would like to start this presentation by generally defining what is growth, and I would like to have a show of hands on how many of you are actually doing growth or marketing. 3, 4, 5 people. Okay, this presentation is just for you guys if you don't know anything about growth. So in order to understand brand building and branding, we have to understand the overall growth. So growth is a collection of many different things. This, in my opinion, this is marketing, business development, branding, and community. And I would like to start with actually defining the differences between branding and marketing, which is what we're going to see on the next slide. So I think that a lot of people, especially tech founders or people in Web3 who are not very focused on marketing or don't have a lot of experience in that area, they tend to confuse brand building and marketing. So here I would like to make a distinction. Marketing is basically answering the question how. So how are we going to get to 1 million users, for example? And branding is more answering the question why. Why do we want to reach 1 million users? Why do we think that so many people in this world need our product? So branding is more about the long-term goals, and marketing is more about the short-term goals, the tactics, the micro actions. Branding is more about the macro actions and the overall direction that we set. And in general, in a nutshell, branding is more about making your brand memorable and building this loyalty with your community. And branding is more about making your brand seen, probably for the first time for a lot of the users, and basically building awareness. So now that we have defined the main differences between branding and marketing, we can go with, okay, but Karina, how do we actually start the branding part? Like, how do we set up a direction for our brand? And this is what I tell absolutely all of the startups that I work with. This is a concept that I took from Simon Sinek's book. Show me if anyone has heard of this book. Okay, 3 people, that's great. So he has a book that's called Start With Why, and it actually is very helpful for founders. I really recommend it. And the whole concept of this book is basically, instead of going from from the product that you're building and the what, down to why, to do this the opposite way. So starting with why. Why is the solution that you're building important? And I think this is especially relevant for projects in crypto and Web3 because a lot of the projects come directly as products from hackathons. So it's just we saw an opportunity to build something and we decided to build it. We didn't really think a lot about the overall need for this product. And this is why this exercise is very useful for you. Because it makes you reflect on, okay, why is this important? Why I am the one that's building it? Why are we as a team the one that should deliver this? Why do we have the perfect vision? And why our product? And then from then on, we answer the next question, which is more about the process, the how. So how are we going to solve the problem that we have identified? How are we going to deliver? And from then on, we actually move on to the what. So the product or the service. What do we offer? What problem do we solve? And this is now that we've defined basically our why, our overall, okay, this is why we're spending 8 hours a day or 12 hours a day of our lives building the specific product. The next step that we should take is basically create a narrative. And the way we create a narrative, my personal recommendation is starting with a mission statement, a slogan, and a tagline. And first, I want to start with the mission statement. So a mission statement is basically a declaration of your organization's purpose and vision. This is when you set your values, your overall idea of why you're building this specific product, right? It outlines the overall goals and aspirations. This is what we are hoping to help people in the world with, and typically remains the same and serves as a guiding principle for the brand's actions. And here we have a couple of examples. One is from Tesla. Their mission statement is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. And the other one is from Patagonia, which is we're in the business to save our home planet. These are very powerful, mission statements are very powerful, important elements for you to identify your brand and make your brand memorable for the long run for your community. And also in order to attract people who are like-minded and basically have the same vision as you. The next step that we are going to take is create a slogan. And a slogan is a little bit different. It is usually, we try to make it creatively a more memorable phrase. And we use it to promote a specific product, service, or a campaign. It might change along the way, depending on the different market strategies that we are adopting. And it's often catchy and attention-grabbing, and it's very useful for marketing tactics. So we have a couple of examples here. One is obviously Apple Think Different, which everybody knows about. And another one is Binance from crypto. It says, exchange the world, which I think is a pretty good slogan for a centralized exchange. And the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a tagline. A tagline is a short, also memorable phrase associated with a brand. But taglines tend to be more enduring than slogans. And they often encapsulate the brand's core values or essence. And here, actually, I really like the tagline for MasterCard, which says, there are some things money can't buy, but for everything else, there is MasterCard. I feel like this is very catchy, interesting, and just, you know, really makes your brand memorable. And Ethereum has the tagline, the world computer, which also encapsulates the vision of Ethereum overall. So now that we've defined the mission statement, the slogan, the tagline, I have a few tips to give you on exactly how to write your mission statement. I think in order to create a good mission statement, first you have to sit down with all of your team, preferably all of your co-founders and maybe some creative people on the team, and do some brainstorming sessions. If you don't have a mission statement, definitely do some brainstorming sessions and identify your core values, mission, vision, and purpose in order to create this mission statement. I think that once you have created a mission statement, you have to start creating the brand consistency, which means that you have the mission statement and you have everybody repeat it again and again and again and again. In all of your content online, in all of your presentations, in all of your demos, in every pitch that you do to your investors, you should have all of your founders, co-founders, representatives, when they go to conferences and they present about the product, they should always repeat the same mission statement because this creates the brand consistency and makes it memorable overall. So for an example would be we are building the Twitter of Web3. All right. And here I would also like to continue sort of presenting an argument of why I think that storytelling also really, really matters in Web3. I think that we don't really put a lot of emphasis on that just yet, but I have big hopes for the future that the more the competition is rising in Web3, the more we're going to see better stories being told by founders. But generally, storytelling is important for any brand, inside of Web3 or outside of it. It cuts through the noise. When you tell a story, they make your brand memorable and differentiate you from your competitors, especially if the story is about, you know, how the founder came to the idea or to create the solution for the world. It also inspires action, as I've said before already. When you create a story and a narrative about why this product is so important for you, you automatically attract other people whom this product could be very important for. And the more you tell stories and narrate the whole idea, the more you are going to automatically attract people who simply relate to what you are saying. And also, it simplifies complex concepts. I think this is a very important point, because in Web3, a lot of the products are highly technical. They're not so easy to grasp for the mainstream. So being or having a person in the team who is able to actually translate all of these technicalities and translate them into a whole story that anybody could understand, even your grandmother and your parents and your, normie boyfriend or girlfriend, this would be very important for you. Another thing I would like to suggest here is also building your personal brand, especially as a founder, CTO, CEO, or somebody very senior in the company. Building your personal brand in such a small niche is very important. We know a lot of projects where we have very popular founders such as Vitalik, whom we perhaps feel a little bit somehow close to because they always engage with us. They always are here at conferences explaining new concepts or writing articles or answering questions. And this is very important because as a founder, you want to be the face of your brand. Even if you are maybe a more introverted person, I highly recommend that you at least do some effort and try to build your personal brand online at least. So it establishes thought leadership, and it also promotes the important values that I think everybody in Web3 also has, which are accessibility and transparency. The more transparent you are as a founder and the more you show up for your audience, the more trust you are going to build. And then, okay, Corina, but how to do this? I will answer you. So in order to build a personal brand, I suggest that you create really useful content online and build a strong online presence. You're also, as I said before, show up to events and conferences, show up to, I don't know, hackathons, help new projects in the hackathons, basically grasp different concepts and so on, give feedback, and also stay informed on trends, news, and developments, and constantly adapt. So basically be present. Now moving on to some more practical things, because I'm sure that some of you might need some practical advice on how exactly to implement all of this branding ideas. You can easily turn any goals into tactics. So this is where we go from actually the branding and the whole direction onto the marketing tactics. When you have, whether it's a branding goal or a marketing community goal, BD, doesn't matter, you can simply make a list of your goals. For example, we want to establish a pioneer position. There are so many different tactics that you can do with that. I put some examples here. It would be, for example, produce quality content, thought leadership content, debate certain topics that are not so well debated online, and so on, and develop a strong narrative, basically. Or let's say you want to get more media exposure. One tactic would be to try to build really important relationships with the media and journalists, and so on. So anything that you see on this presentation today, you can easily turn into a tactic and into some actionable items to give your team to do or to do yourself. And also in terms of content, I have a few tips. As I said before, the competition with Web3 is rising. Now we're sort of in a bull market. We're going to see a lot more startups coming up. And one of the best ways to stand out is basically produce thought leadership content. So this is not just announcements about your recent partnerships and what you have done as a project or as a founder, but this is also, content that, for example, being a ghostwriter on a specific niche topic in a specific area, right? And being a guest writer in an article in like a media outlet, giving interviews and being on podcasts, doing infographics on social media, again, maybe not just related to your product, but also to products that are relevant to you or to your partners or to the entire ecosystem. Do some research, like give something useful and educational to people, and also try to simplify complex topics as much as possible. So there's a lot of things you can do. I suggest that you just try and do a lot of A/B testing and do all of them as much as you can. Try to tap into as many audiences as you can. So this could be, for example, building a newsletter, trying different channels, not just Twitter, trying also LinkedIn, maybe TikTok if that's relevant for you, maybe other channels. Try to tap into audiences from your partners and so on. So expand in order to build awareness and build this thought leadership. Try to expand as much as possible in your reach. And also, in general, in a nutshell, a few more tips about on building a strong brand would be, as I said before, try to create brand consistency. So that this is both on the visual side. I think a lot of the startups nowadays, in the beginning, they just try to nail the visual side, but the narrative and the storytelling is equally important, if not more. So try to create this consistency, as I said, a mission statement, a slogan, a tagline, certain explanations and simplifications of how your project works. Try to repeat it again and again in different channels and in different media and absolutely everywhere. Understand your audience and the current trends and discourse. Engage with your community and your partners' communities a lot. So this is for the reach. Have your CEO, CTO, COO be proactive online and at events too. So have somebody be the face of the brand as well. It is so much easier for people to connect with the brand when they have a face to it. Also give your most loyal community members perks. It could be, nowadays it's only airdrops. This is the only thing that everybody does nowadays, but there's so many other ways that brands have managed to say thank you to their communities before airdrops came along. So try to give like some free tickets to a conference. Try to give, and like actual perks, not in a raffle, in a contest of, you have to do something for this. If you're already in our community, then you've already done something for this, and we just want to say thank you. So yeah, try to say thank you and give some really nice things to your community as a thank you. And also know your audience. I'm sure most of you should know a few things about the Web3 culture, what your channels are. Just, try to stick with the same values. I think this is the most important thing because trends come and go, but the core values are here to stay about, decentralization and transparency and so on. And I just wanted to bring a couple of examples as well for you to wrap your head around what I'm saying exactly. One of the tips, one other tip that I have in your branding is to also study the current trends and get creative. Here we have Binance doing a TikTok where they're following this trend of saying, we're crypto traders, of course, we're doing this and that. Which got really a lot of attention. So this basically, this trend specifically makes people relate, because, oh yes, I trade as well and I feel the same. Here's a couple of other examples from Ajna Finance. By the way, check them out. I really, really like their branding. They're doing some really cool videos. Bankless also using memes, everybody using memes and so on. And one last example, because I'm running out of time, is one project that we did at Maker, where I worked before, where we wanted to say thank you to our community and basically release some NFTs. And our designer decided himself, okay, I'm going to just do some tree NFTs. And when we saw that, we said, you know what, if we're giving away some tree NFTs for people who have vaults in Maker, why don't we plant some actual trees for them? I mean, they've already invested so much in Maker by opening vaults, so why not? So we actually, for this campaign, we partnered with OneTreePlanted.org, and we planted trees on behalf of everybody who had vaults. And it kind of gave a little bit of a, a really nice feeling for the people who had vaults, and it was a very positive response to that specific campaign. I have 1 minute, and I'm going to close here with this question that I really like to add in my presentations. It is, why do you think that cult leaders manage to build cults? And the answer to that question is because what they sell is hope. And I think this is a lot of what we do in crypto as well. Because we are driven by our values to create a better world, maybe a better financial world, a better social media, a better everything, And what we're selling here is also hope. We are selling hope for a better world for the people to the next generation, a better internet. So this is what I would like for you to keep in mind, and I'm going to close with this quote, which says, "People will do anything for those who encourage their dreams, justify their failures, allay their fears, confirm their suspicions, and help them throw rocks at the enemies." Blair Wallen. And here I am going to close and have some questions. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, Twitter, Telegram, and yeah, I really hope you enjoyed this presentation. Thank you. Yes.
Mic on? Oh, there we go. This was one of the best marketing-oriented talks I've ever been to, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lots of great information. And you pointed out some references for things you like. I wonder if you could maybe mention anything that comes to mind recently for activations that were very innovative lately, because a lot of us go and do the conference circuit over and over again, like cocktail hours and this. Were there any examples of things that stood out to you that said, okay, now we're going in a better direction here with activation ideas? And a follow-up question would be, what are some things that you dislike that you've seen a pattern of in terms of activations or other tactics? Thanks.
Okay, yeah, there's two questions. Let me think about it. So the example that I gave with Ajna, I think this is lately my favorite brand in general, from the content perspective, I would say, because they also, I think they're one of the very few, haven't really seen other brands that use AI for their videos, and they do, visually, they really, really stand out. In terms of activations, I think the current trend is, as I said, like everybody just doing airdrops and points and rewards. And it seems that there's so many rewards going on around that people are starting to get picky of where should I actually invest my money and time. So they're starting to get less and less effective. And this is why I'm really emphasizing on the idea of storytelling and building this narrative, because rewards are everywhere nowadays, just the same as going to a conference and you see everybody having the same t-shirts with one logo, right? Like I go to conferences a lot and I cannot bring 20 t-shirts that look the same every time. Next time I go to a conference, I'm gonna go and so there's two options, right? Either I take a t-shirt from my favorite protocol, which I really, really want. Either I will take a t-shirt that just looks really, really cool, and I would like to wear it anywhere outside of a conference. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, hi. You mentioned partnerships a lot, and I think it's really important, obviously. But one concern I have is, in DeFi in 2020, we saw almost like the two camps, if you were on the SushiSwap side or the Uniswap side, for example. When you sort of create partnerships in this space in particular, it does seem to be that you almost create your little camp, your cult of people that are in this sort of circle and this sort of circle. And that's something I really want to avoid with our partnership, is we want to be friends with everybody. And so do you have any thoughts or tips about, avoiding this becoming one side versus the other side? We saw it a lot in DeFi, and I can see it happening in DeFi.
That's an interesting question. I didn't really think about this a lot in terms of the division, but all I can say is that the space is actually so much bigger than we think. And there's new startups, especially in DeFi, there's new startups coming and wanting to be discovered and wanting to partner with you all the time. So you might not actually need to necessarily focus on the top 5 or top 10 and try to pick the giants. Also give chances to the smaller ones. Yeah. Other questions? It says time is up. Last question. All right. If there are no other questions, feel free to connect with me. Or if you're shy, feel free to drop me the question on Telegram. My name is Corina, and it was a pleasure to be on the stage. Thank you so much. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I think in 5 years of organizing BlockSplit, okay, no, but yes. In 5 years of organizing BlockSplit, we haven't had the room this full. So we have a joke. At the end of the conference, we take a picture from everyone that's left. And the rest of the people are either sleeping because of last night or drinking coffee or networking. So I'm very happy to see a lot of people standing here. But before we close the conference, I think it's the right time to announce the Startup Competition Awards. This is the third year that we're organizing the Startup Awards, and I think this year we have the biggest prize pool. And we have 3 prizes, of course, first, second, and third, and we're going to start from the last place. So the prize is actually 3,000 euros in user experience services from Locastic, and I want to invite, flip it the other way, yes, Antonio to join me so we can announce the winner. Warm applause for Antonio, please. Woo! So, before that, we had just a little bit of a reminder. We had around 65 applications. We have selected 13 startups, actually 15, but 2 dropped off, and 13 people pitched, actually 12, and Shime. Warm applause for Shime, who did it completely dry. Shime, if you're here, thank you so much. And Shime is invited directly to the competition next year, so yeah. So we had a very tough job this year because we had a lot of diverse startups, especially in their stages, in their presentation skills, in everything else. For some, it was their second year pitching here, and for some, it was just the first time they'd ever pitched in their lives. So what I wanted to say is, even if you didn't get a prize, I think we, from our side, did as much as we could to help you out. We gave you feedback, we connected you to people, so I think that's a good consolation prize. And yeah, I'm gonna stop blabbing and I'm just gonna, can I get a drum roll, please? Because I'm gonna announce the third place and 3,000 euros worth of user experience goes to Veli UAB. Woo. Please join us. Congratulations, thank you so much. Just have a very nice picture. And fun fact, basically they joined us on the stage literally 3 minutes before his pitch time. So I was very nervous. The whole organizing committee was very nervous because he was the last one. So he just flew in to Split. So thank you so much for joining us, Veli, and congratulations. So please stay on the stage and help me announce the second winner. So the second prize is actually a cash prize and in-kind prize. But before that, I need to explain what they've got. So the second prize is $2,000 in cash or crypto, we're gonna see. And 1,000 euros worth of legal services from our partners, friends, and co-organizers, Hrdol and Krnic Law Office. And warm applause for Carla from Hrdol and Krnic. She's going to help us announce the award. Again, it was a very, very tough job selecting the winners in the first place and the third place, because I hate to do like the numbers game, because especially when you do it, I wanted to kind of discuss it, who was what. Again, it is not a reflection of the quality of the startups or anything like that, but just the overall picture. So, drum rolls please, because the second prize goes to Route 3. Please join me on stage. Woo! Bravo, ljudi. Thank you. And please look at the birdie over there, because we're going to use oh, where are you going? Wait, come back. And now it's time for the grand prize. As my wonderful co-host of the startup stage would say, the grand prize is 50,000 euros. I'm joking, it's only 5,000 euros in cash. Next year maybe, during the bull run. But 5,000 euros in cash or crypto, we're gonna see that. And I'm gonna give the check or No, Lana is going to give the check. Sorry. So Lana is the person who actually organized the whole thing. I am just pretty and I talk. So please welcome Lana. She's the organizer, main organizer of the startup stage. And so for the grand finale of BlockSplit 2024 Startup Awards, the winner is the startup Penomo. Please join me on the stage. Woo. He's way over there. So keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Thank you so much and congratulations. Here's your award. See? Lana is very serious about punctuality, so another joint picture. Woo! Thank you so much, and you can stay, but it's time to close the conference. So Tomo, please join me on the stage. And can I get a microphone for Tomo? There you go.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you and congratulations for staying so long. I know everybody wants to be in that picture, so but just give us a couple of more minutes. We want to say some words. First of all, I want to say is that I'm so proud that we pulled off this conference. It was very tough. I think it was harder than last year. Maybe we have some challenges. We had some help that saves us in some other places. So the biggest thing that I would like to say that I'm proud of this year's conference is one, we had more than ever individual people buying a ticket and coming to this conference. You guys are real stars. You are actually paying for this and you value it. So thank you a lot.
Don't make it sound like that.
What? What?
No.
I mean, sorry. I didn't prepare, so usually I'm nervous when I talk in public when I'm not prepared. So anyways, other thing is I think we had the best program yet, the biggest one, definitely.
Absolutely. So Tomo is usually shy, but this is the largest number of side events that we had, actual side events that made sense, and they had a serious program, and Tomo was running part of that, so maybe you can cover what did happen on Monday before the conference.
Yeah, actually we started last week with Pizza Day. We had also Sui Hacker House, and we had ICP also organizing the side event. But on Monday, we started with something new. First time ever, we had the Digital Democracy Day, and we have plurality talks where we brought Glenn Vale and Audrey Tang. I would say two biggest names in the space who attended this conference, and probably the biggest ones from Ethereum ecosystem or general plurality ecosystem, how they call it. So I really hope you enjoyed those who were there. I heard it was great. We also had this Democracy Day in the morning, the workshops specifically for exploring opportunities for local leaders, political leaders, institutions to use Ethereum and generally Web3 for things like funding public goods like journalism and also running digital elections, which went very well. So hopefully next year, maybe you'll participate in some of these in Split. So besides that, I think that the program of the main event was also great. I've seen some workshops where, although we had only 10 places, there was like 10 more people standing around and listening in. So I think that went well. We'll just need to grow and find bigger space for that. Yeah, so that's it. Maybe Luca can tell us about sponsors.
Yes, before sponsors, I want to, again, one of the reasons why we started doing other things, side things, is because BlockSplit was started by Toma and Antonio in 2017, and back then nobody knew what they were talking about. There were like 100, 200 crazy motherfuckers who were talking about some distant future. But just a reminder that last year we started with a decentralized science stage. That was completely, nobody's going to come to that. But then a lot of people came, and actually the mayor, who's a scientist, came and started listening. It's like,
Shout out for Lana.
Yes,
She did
Lana.
that.
Warm applause for Lana, who made this happen. Woo! So, and I think that this kind of shows you that what kind of a conference BlockSplit is, because we're not going to chase numbers. We're not going to chase money. The idea is to cover the expenses, and it's very hard when you're trying to make honest change in a society that you live in. And Split is a very hardcore society, tvrdo as it goes. So I'm very proud that we kind of, had that chink in the armor for that. So, and that cannot be done by sponsors, without the sponsors. So I'm just going to read them because I don't know all of them by heart. So thank you so much, all of the sponsors that supported us when, the bear market was in the peak, and when they asked us how many people are going to be there. And, we told them. So thank you so much. First of all, John Lilich, an amazing guy. Please, warm applause for John. We are forever in the debt. So, General Magic, again, amazing folks who helped us so much in the last couple of years. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything you have done. Warm applause for them, please. The same goes for Concordium. Again, so some people jumped in at the last moment and made the boat trip happen, made the lunch happen, all of the side events. So thank you so much for trusting in us. And I'm going to speed run to the rest. It's not that you don't matter, it's just too much, and I just want to close this and I go to sleep a little bit before the party. So thank you so much, 4.0 Venture Labs. I want to thank Ethereum Ecosystem Support Program that started Jumper, Li-Fi, ICP, Neuralab. The guys are there, hopefully. I don't see them. Yes. Warm applause for guys from Neuralab that made that possible. Thank you so much. Equity, boat trip sponsors, Ramo, and Blank as a coffee sponsor, startup stage sponsors, Lokasti, Krdal, and Kernich, supporters, Attic, 42, Lido, MVP Workshop, PP, Bitcoin Store, Route 3, BC Vaults, House of Blockchain, Tommy, and Digitalna Dalmatia, Ubik, Marriott, where we held that, Lito, and DeSci World, and Netocratia, and everyone else. Thank you so much, guys and girls, and all the other folks. And what else?
Thank you for all the speakers. This year we had more than 100 speakers when we combine all the side events that we also co-organized. It's the biggest number yet. And sorry for rushing everybody in, but we had so many good applications. We didn't accept, I think, even half of that, of the number of people who applied. So that was also very great to see. And without you guys, we couldn't do this. So I really hope you had a productive event, that you had some great connections out of it, and that you enjoyed your stay in Split so far. And of course, come next year.
So, before we close, officially close, what we're going to do after we close, we're going to take a picture. So next year or 5 years from now, you're going to see, oh, there's that guy. Oh, that's me. So, but before that, I want to thank all the people who participated and actually made this happen. So thank you, Maya, and thank you, Ivana, for, I don't see Ivana, where is she?
She's
Ivana, raise your hand.
participating there.
She's in the back. Thank you so much for making it easier for us from the bottom of our hearts. Alana, of course, and everyone who started and maintained the startup stage and the DeSci stage, especially Nicolina, who broke her leg yesterday, and she's in a, maybe she's here, no? No, she's not. Okay. I was just enthusiastic. So thank you so much for making it effortless. I know that there was a lot of things to all of the volunteers that participated. I forget all of those names. I memorized it like 5 times. Nicolina, although I know her for a long time. So, but also Lara and Lucia, thank you so much.
And Martina. Come on, guys. Come up the stage. On the stage.
Come up the stage. Yeah. Come on. Ivana, Maya,
team
please
members.
Join us.
Yeah, Anna Maria, yes. Marco.
Huh? Yes. So
Ivana.
We're going to take a picture of the organizing team, and then you're going to join us. But before that, we have the closing party that you can go, let everything go. And wake up tomorrow at 5 in the evening, and no regrets, no FOMO. So the party is at 8 at Bačvice. This is one of the local beaches. At 10, yes, of course. If you come at 8, you're going to have no, you're going to have nothing, closed doors. So 10. Let's have a picture first, and then we're going to be joined. No,
first the startups and us, and then everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And also for photographers, yeah, and Anna, of course. Oh, yeah, shit, Anna. I forgot. That's why people hate me sometimes, because I forget names. Don't hold it against me. That's it. So.
Can we have one picture with just the team?
With what?
With just the team. Startups.
Fuck off.
Can we take the names? Put them up, please. Yeah.
You can.
Come on, volunteers. Volunteer.
Hari, where is Hari?
Yeah,
Hari,
okay.
He disappeared. Come on, come to the stage. Wait. We have one more person.
Oh, Hari. Kresho, come on. You're also, you did the website, come on.
Is that 5, 4? Last applause, please. And now, all of you, please join us on the stage. Every single person, come on.
Everybody who wants to be in the picture.
So this is a tradition that started a year ago, and Belma had it in her presentation. That's one of the best things ever, because you can follow the fans. So.
Nego digni znakove, neće se vidjeti dole. Iznaćemo i digniti.
So 3 rows, yes.
Ne, ali samo
small people go here, tall people go in the back.
I know which one I found.
Well, yeah. Oh, wow. Don't leave. Don't let anyone leave. Picture.
Can we have the full lights, please? Can you turn on the lights so everything is...
All of the lights. Thank you. So, tall people in the back, small people in the front. I'm not judging, just saying, you choose whichever side you want. There we go. We have some more space. Come on, we're going to compress. Yes.
Huh?
You're tall, you go in the back. All the way back. Yes. Bravo, momci. Come on. One day you're going to thank me. One day you're going to say, oh my God, I was 2024, before everything blew up, I was there. So, look at this. Sjedni, Bona. 4 more and we're done. So, and we have somebody coding before the
picture
stage.
that we're taking.
So, were you coding? No? Yes, you were. Oh my God. So please orchestrate. What do we do? First row, sit down. Čučni. Fuck. One more time? No. We're going to break the stage. Woo! This is going to be an awesome picture. Oh, that's it. Everybody, you can go home, sleep. Tonight we party, tomorrow we sail. Thank you.